big. Spend small. Eat all that big, oh my, Carl's Cali Classic flavor with 2 charbroiled all-beef patties, American cheese, grilled onions, classic sauce, lettuce, and tomato. A big burger with huge flavor in a full meal combo with small fries and a drink for a small $5.99. Big, small, win, win. Eat, eat. Available for a limited time at participating restaurants. Tax not included. Price may vary. Not valid with any other offer, discount, or combo.
BMO has officially arrived. Our correspondent is on the scene.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. Happy Friday, or whatever. I've seen that on social media. I think it's very silly, but I don't know if you've seen it. Anyway, I'll invoke it now because it is Friday, and it's been a very long week after many other very long and difficult weeks as we all acknowledge the turbulent times that we are living in and trying to stay tight with our community and stay connected and support each other. My name is Alexandra Minna-Stern. Here they call me Dean Alex. I'm the Dean of Humanities. I've been here about 1 year. I'm delighted to be at UCLA. My role here is first ceremonial. I'm welcoming you to this event. You don't really need my ceremonial welcome, but I'll make the best of it. I'm doing it because I do want to welcome you on behalf of the division and UCLA. Some of you have been here before, some of you haven't, and I hope you really have a productive and enjoyable 2 days, which I'm sure you will. I also wanted to acknowledge that this is part of a multi-campus research project, which is fantastic. I love these cross-campus activities and the kind of cross-fertilization and energy that goes into it. So it's wonderful to have partners here from across the different UCs, as well as I know we have creatives and activists here, and everyone is integral to this community and this conversation. So it's wonderful to see the whole complement of people who are here. I know that you'll be taking up over the next few days issues of as the Canary knowledge, which I think is a great title. So I appreciate the vision behind that. You're going to be thinking about issues of, broadly speaking, health, ableism, disease, labeling, carcerality, containment. And I know that you're bringing many different approaches to this, from media studies to literary studies to qualitative and maybe some more even quantitative social science, community engaged work, and arts practice. So I just wanted to first welcome you on behalf of the division and bring you into our very creative and productive space in the division. I also wanted to welcome you as someone who's done research in these areas, really in overlapping and adjacent areas. So really in brief, my research is focused on the history of eugenics and reproductive injustice with a focus on California as well as other states. And I think there's a theme that I have unearthed in my research that is relevant for this event, which is really the tensions between hypervisibility of illness and how that works to stigmatize and to label and to stereotype and often to further marginalize certain communities and individuals. And then the flip side of that, which is invisibility, what is not seen, what cannot be captured by diagnostic categories, what does not have legitimacy, in the medical lexicon or in medical care and practice. So from my purview of, reading the proposal and the description of today's event, it really seems like this conference is going to create a space for conversation that explores kind of those intermediary spaces and what is both productive and affirming about them and what is also potentially negative and, let's say, even tyrannical about them in terms of what happens when conditions become medicalized. And that's something I've thought about a lot, particularly in the realms of sexuality and ableism. The diagnosis itself is the key to entry to potentially needed treatment. It also is the label that can stigmatize and that can literally become branded on people as they are moving through a medical system. And you'll be looking at that in terms of chronic conditions and chemical sensitivities. The other aspect of this conference that I really like is that it appears to be moving conversations very deliberately out of just the individualized dynamic to really thinking about chronic structural conditions, chronic racism, chronic ableism as a core dimension of this landscape, and the oral histories appear to be capturing some of that, and kudos for that project. And as we know, individualization is part of the problem of Western medicine, although it can be strategically used in positive ways at times. Won't completely throw it out, but it is part of this overall problem and bound up in structural racism and health inequalities, and even this term that is so bandied about, social determinants of health. So what happens if we just focus on the social and the health and think of it kind of more broadly in terms of structural conditions, exclusions, and inclusions? So those are my thoughts about your event. I will participate for as long as my schedule allows. I also wanted to give a shout out to Rachel Lee and Helen Deutsch, wonderful colleagues in the division who have put this together and brought you here today. And enjoy your time together. Thank you. And I guess Rachel's coming up.
Thank you so much, Dean Stern. That wasn't just ceremonial, that was deeply engaged, and we're really, really honored to have you here, you in particular, to have you here to open the symposium. So I want to begin by acknowledging that we are on the traditional lands of the Gabrielina and Tongva people, and that as a land-grant institution, we pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives past, present, and emerging. I am Rachel Lee, and I'm a professor here in 3 departments at UCLA, Gender Studies, English, and the Institute of Society and Genetics. And Dean Stern mentioned the MRPI project, Abolition Medicine and Disability Justice, which is a 5-campus cross-UC research initiative. Under that, our UCLA project is called Deep Medicine and Care for Anomalous, Chronically Ill, and Disabled Body-Minds, which I lead with my colleague Helen Deutsch. It's an honor to be hosting today the first in-person meeting with all of the PIs from the 5 campuses, with their, yes, all of you, with their core teams, including graduate students and community advisory board members. None of this would have been possible without the tremendous help of the staff of the CSW, which is, Center for the Study of Women, Streisand Center at UCLA, and a shout out to Grace Hong, the director of the Center for the Study of Women. And then I know they're probably outside in the hall, but I did want to mention in particular, well, Rosie, since you're here, I'm going to start with you. The wonderful staff, Rosie Grant, who is responsible for the beautiful program and all the communications you've seen on the web, et cetera. Rosa Chung, who's at the registration desk, who is the management services officer, and also Katia Antoine, who is the research and program developer for the Center for the Study of Women. I wish they were all here so they could stand up and you could applaud them. They have just been tremendous, and I can't overstate how much this would not have been possible without them. And I believe, yes, but in the room is also Leslie Tulane. Leslie, you will have to stand up. Who I know you all kind of know virtually from the many emails, and thank you so much, Leslie. Leslie is on the job market right now, so hire her. Obviously, she's amazing. And on top of that, she has done, as you know, a tremendous job. So she's been working at 140%, which I don't know how is possible. So thank you so much. This symposium also serves as a celebration and expression of gratitude to all those who made a particular archive of oral histories possible, and the rest of my introductory remarks is going to tell you about this public resource. So the Oral Histories of Environmental Illness is a collection of interviews with individuals who either identify as having an environmental illness or who treat and advocate on behalf of those with hard-to-identify diseases, such as multiple chemical sensitivity, chronic Lyme, mold illness, heavy metal intoxication, HEDS, which is hypermobile Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which is a connective tissue disorder, fibromyalgia, and ME/CFS, which is myalgic encephalomyelitis or chronic fatigue syndrome, which, as recent long COVID research has been letting us know, a subset of which might be a post-acute infection syndrome. The procurement of this collection was sponsored by the UCLA Center for the Study of Women, and let me see if I press enter. Nope, let me do it this way. Oops. Yes, Okay. Around 4 or 5 years ago, we started conceiving of this project, and the CSW staff, grad student, and undergraduates that helped conceive of the interview questions and outreach language include 4 undergraduates, one of whom had chronic Lyme and chronic fatigue, 2 graduate students, and then 2 to 3 CSW staff. I'm sorry that Rachel Vaughn, our resident oral historian, should also be there. And we were asking this question: how do those with environmental illness or MCS tell their stories of getting sick and getting care? How does their disability affect them economically and socially? How do art and activism figure in their grappling with acute illness and or chronic disability? Very much so, our undergraduates helped us conceive of our initial interview questions, and then we later revised them, but we definitely wanted to center the undergraduate experience in this procurement process. After we collected around, after we collected around 30 interviews, let's see, how do I get that to go down now? I've pressed, thank you. There we go. After we collected our initial 30 or so interviews, we also became aware that we needed to put more effort into diversifying our interviewee population. So in addition to partnering with MCS Friends, we also partnered with the California Healthy Nail Salon Collaborative, as well as the California Domestic Workers Association. And the latter group was actually also at the same time running a campaign to pass Senate Bill 1257 to get domestic workers covered under Cal OSHA. And you'll hear more about that from 2 of our speakers, one today and one tomorrow morning, about how that went and how that campaign is still not over. We were able to diversify our pool so that about under a third of our interviewees are from Black, Indigenous, people of color communities. We had an overwhelming female-identified interviewee population. The age range of our interviewees fall from 18 to 25, and then about 46% of those are 44 and younger. And I should say that this demographic information I'm giving you is on a subset of the over 80 because we sent out a poll and only got maybe 67% giving us full demographic information, which also included some economic information as well. But I do think that this data set that we have is significantly different from prior collections of interviews from those with MCS in particular. Okay. So it was through these partnerships with community organizations, as well as through the indefatigable efforts of several graduate students, 3 of whom on the slide will be speakers at the symposium, that over 80 oral histories, each ranging from 1 to 4 hours, were completed. 85% of those interviews have been transferred via gift agreement to the Center for Oral History at UCLA's Young Research Library. And the other 15% are still in various stages of either embargo for a period of time or accessible only in person in accordance with the gift agreements of our interviewees. I do want to mention that Teresa Barnett was the head of the Center for the Oral History Research Center at the time we began this project. She was an amazing partner on this. She trained many of our undergraduate students, and she also trained graduate students who didn't yet have interview experience for this project. She retired right after the COVID back to campus, as you know, many people did. But we had initially identified UC Berkeley as the archive that would possibly hold this because of their interest in disability studies. And Teresa listened to some of our initial interviews and said, oh, we want this archive. These individuals have stories to tell. So I really am grateful to her. And Jane Collins has been very instrumental after Teresa's retirement in helping us get actually on the World Wide Web. You won't believe how difficult that has been because of software upgrades and security issues that have nothing to do with the archive itself, to get it live as of last fall, enabling me to teach from this archive for the first time with undergraduates and graduate students here at UCLA. Okay, so At this conference, you will hear from others doing work directly engaged with the archive or that are in kinship, intellectual and activist, people who share the intellectual and activist orientations of many of those who were interviewed. So I want to thank all the people who gifted us their interviews and all the people who labored on the archive. As you see from the many faces, it was a huge, huge effort. A common theme across the interviews was the economic inaccessibility of healthcare and the lack of compassion or, frankly, incuriosity in conventional medical settings that greeted them, and also the gaslighting received. So, being called delusional on one's medical record by a rheumatologist that is treating you. Our interviewees wanted to be taken seriously by scientific researchers, but also were keen to situate their own illnesses and lack of care they received as indices of wider systemic issues, signs of how the US and Canada, the states where they mostly resided, prioritize profit and economic efficiency over citizens' and residents' health. While the process of listening to these stories with open ears and compassion could not offer a cure to these interviewees, it did offer to some a sense of being heard and affirmed. And I here call upon this early interview we did with Amy Marsh, who was the former president of the Environmental Health Network. We always concluded with the question, is there anything else you want to add? And she said, I don't think so. I think I've given you quite a lot. I think I've given myself more than I thought in trying to remember these things. I think I feel pretty complete. I should say that this interview is open on the World Wide Web, but there are individuals who chose not to give the wider public full access to their stories. This is the care they continued to give themselves. And this leads me to sort of my last slide and my last point. The Oral Histories of Environmental Illness is envisioned as a scholarly resource for those working in the fields of health sciences, environmental humanities, disability studies, and the study of art and activism. The process of assembling this archive was an occasion to train undergraduates in oral history procurement, semi-structured interviewing, and the transferring of a collection to a university library that would want to house that material and make it accessible. And I kind of assumed that care would be deepened through circulating these stories more widely. But now I kind of want to pose that as a question. Is care deepened by circulating the stories more widely? And the reason for this question, oh my God, what a terrible slide. I'm sorry, it's so unreadable. On the screen, it's a little bit more unreadable. But this is the kind of table I made, which has, it's anonymized, so there are some pseudonyms here, but it has demographic information, and it has like a ton of comorbidities, exposure histories, and things like that. And Kelsey, who's sitting right here, knows it well because she had a huge hand in putting it together. And it was done so that I could ask my students, like, what grouping of 5 interviews would they like to really delve into? And so they could give that to me by way of comorbidity, disease endpoint, demographic, art and activism, something like that. But this is often, the disease endpoint is often the way in which we categorize populations who self-identify as sick and disabled. So what happens to the other parts of their lives, right? So Abraham Encinas will be talking about the hemispheric stories that the California domestic workers shared. How do we also account for people who are interested in those issues if we only have kind of like these ways of sorting these populations? So that's why I wanted to open up this question of care. How do we take care? How do we make it accessible through databases that say, if you want to know about people who have stories about autoimmunity, here, go to this. So it's a collective project to think about how to make this more widely accessible, which I hand off to all of you, and also whether one can maintain care when it's a public archive and people can take the stories and do whatever they want with them. So that's something else that I've been struggling with. And with that, I'm going to hand it to my wonderful colleague, Helen Deutsch, who will let us know more about how the conference is going to proceed.
Oh, it is so typical of Rachel's amazing brain that now I have like a bunch of things I wish I had time to say in response to that question, because I teach illness narrative and I think a lot about the power of individual stories and literary narrative in particular, but it is limited. And to me, this goes back to the 18th century culture of sensibility in ways that maybe we can talk about when we have more time. But I am Helen Deutsch, professor of English and Disability Studies at UCLA. I'm going to keep this very brief. I'm mostly here to do business, tell you how to access different things. But I just want to start by just thanking Rachel for her amazing work on this archive and for her administrative brilliance, her intellectual brilliance, and her generosity. And it's because of her intellectual generosity that I am part of this project, and that she was able to imagine a collaboration between someone who works on the early modern archive before disability was identified as an identity, and someone who is working on illnesses now that elude classification, and that she sees the organic and very living connections here. So that's very special, and Rachel is very special, so I would just like to give her a hand. Yay, yay, Rachel. I second her thanks to the CSW staff, and especially to Leslie, who is my student. And I really want to thank Juliet McMillan and all of our colleagues on the MRPI grant for their amazing collegiality and their intellectual brilliance, and for creating this community. Juliet, you're an amazing leader. Thank you all for coming. You really are. I have already learned so much being part of this. And then I have the wonderful job of thanking our co-sponsors. And I first want to thank the Division of Humanities. And I think you can all tell what an amazing dean that we have, who is so intellectually engaged and so invested in really important research issues. And she's really a model for me and for many of us. So thank you to Alex and the Division of Humanities for their sponsorship. I want to thank Disability Studies, the Division of Social Sciences, the Vice Chancellor for Research and Creative Activities, Roger Wakamoto, and finally, UC Multi-Campus Research Programs and Initiatives, which is funding this 3-year grant that Juliet is leading and that we're so happy to be a part of. Okay, so now here is the business part. So there are links to a live stream of the conference on your program, which you can access digitally, and we will be circulating on this beautiful Canary slide the QR code for that. And if you look around the room, you see little QR codes. So if you want a live stream with closed captioning, you can access it. It is on page 2 right before the conference schedule. There are also access talk copies available for most of the talks, which if people want to read along, you can access on the CSW OEH, the event page for this event, the OHEI Symposium. So just go to CSW and go to the event page, and you'll see our event, and there is a QR code for access copies. And we'll also put that up here. It will be circulating during the break, so you can just go and scan it, and you can read along if you need, if you would like to be able to do that. We also have a survey, and we are asking for your feedback. I'm going to be mentioning that, both of us, throughout this conference. That is also accessible on a QR code on the screen. We saw them rotating, and you will see the QR code for that during the break. You can complete it right away if you know you don't like email. If you would rather wait, you will get a reminder email which will give you the link to the survey and also give you the link to the access copies if you want to review them. I think I have done all the business that I was asked to do. I don't see anybody freaking out. So I think we're good. So now I want to invite our first panel to come up, and Fuzan Wang of UC Riverside, formerly of UCLA, as a student, will be chairing. So please come up. And thank you all for coming.
Sorry, do you have slides that need to be queued up?
Yeah, are they on there? They're on there.
They're
Cool.
pretty little.
Awesome.
Okay, great. So I have the pleasure of introducing our first panel of Canary Knowledge. I'm Fuzan Wang. I'm an associate professor of English and co-director of the Medical and Health Humanities program at UC Riverside. I'm an Asian American man, short black hair, glasses, let's see, a black jacket, and a white collared shirt with flamingos and palm trees. So I'm also a co-PI on this 3-year grant called Abolition Medicine and Disability Justice, which is helping put on this conference. On the UCR end, I'm running the grant with Carla Mazio, also in English, and Matthew King in religious studies. This isn't about me, but I'll tell you a little bit about my work. My work is in disability studies, medical and health humanities, and romantic literature. So my work has been, I have a book on smallpox and a book on a kind of literary history of disability. So that's enough about me. This isn't about me. So our first panel is an alliterative one. It is called Causes, Cascades, and Care on Chronic and Environmental Illnesses. Our first speaker is on Zoom? Yeah, our first speaker is Julie Rehmeyer. She is author of Through the Shadowlands, A Science Writer's Odyssey into an Illness Science Doesn't Understand, an award-winning freelance math and science journalist and a contributing editor at Discover magazine. Her work has appeared in lots and lots of places, in the New York Times, the Washington Post, O Magazine, Discover, Science News, Eon, Wired, High Country News, and many other publications. Her paper today is called The Challenge of Keeping Us All Safe, Addressing Environmental Drivers of Chronic Illness. Please welcome Julie.
Hi. So can you hear me first of all? Everything good? All right, great. So I'm honored to be here today and really kind of amazed and excited about all the work that's being done here. And I wanted to start by giving you a little background on how I came into this, and then I'm going to make some remarks about just kind of what we can, my sense of what we can do, what the options here are about how to make things better. So my own story, I got sick with ME/CFS in 1999 and gradually got worse, and by 2011, then I was housebound / bedbound to varying extents and had kind of run out of medical options at that point, seen, a good specialist and really didn't have any good ways to treat it. And so at that point, I heard from other patients about the idea that mold might be making me sick. And I was very, very skeptical at that point. Didn't really know very much about it, but had, I'm a science writer, mathematician. I had kind of absorbed this general sense of skepticism, the idea that mold caused serious health problems kind of had a bad smell about it, as it were. And so, yeah, I thought this was very implausible. However, when you have no reasonable alternatives, then you pursue unreasonable alternatives. And so that's what I did. And I took a mold sabbatical, got away from all mold in the desert, and came home and then had very dramatic reactions to my own stuff. I would get paralyzed just handling some papers from where I was living. So I was kind of forced to take it seriously just by the kind of undeniable evidence of my own reactions. So being a science writer, then I kind of felt like I was crazy. And so I undertook a double-blind, placebo-controlled experiment to prove to myself that I really was reacting to mold. And I took washcloths, put them in a water-damaged building, kept other identical washcloths out of mold, and then had somebody bring them to me. Neither that person nor I knew which washcloth was contaminated and which wasn't. And I, proved to myself that I could pretty reliably distinguish between them. And that was a very interesting thing for me because I'm far from unique in the clarity of my reactions to mold. And it made it clear to me that this was something that could be studied in a serious scientific way. It just hadn't been. And so I also then looked into, tried to understand better why it had this bad smell, as it were. And, at that point, really almost no doctors took it seriously, except for a very, very few who were deeply invested in it. And, even among the leading ME/CFS doctors, there was really mold was just not on their horizon at all. And one of the things that I found out was that insurance companies had actually taken very deliberate steps to kind of poison the public conversation about this. And in particular, in the 80s, this became much more of a problem because of tighter buildings that more easily got water damaged and led to indoor air quality problems. And insurance companies were scared that they were going to end up footing the bill for fixing buildings. And they made a very strong effort to spread scientific misinformation. I mean, not just to say that we didn't know, but they made claims that were, at that point, clearly false, scientifically wrong. And they spread this very widely among the media and among judges in particular, because they were worried about lawsuits. This was extremely effective and continues to have an impact to this day. So I'm happy to say, I mean, it was 2011 when I first started pursuing this. We're now a dozen years later. And I'm happy to say that things have, in fact, changed a lot. And in particular, we now have a kind of construct for understanding the impacts of mold through mast cell activation syndrome. It's not I think it's not a complete understanding of what mold can do to us, but it is one way, at least, that mold is impacting people. And it's a way that has a kind of understandable pathophysiology, and it gives a construct through which doctors can understand it. And at this point, I think pretty much all of the leading ME/CFS doctors understand that mold is a serious issue, at least as a trigger for MCAS, which is, a huge change. But we're also still basically nowhere in terms of actually protecting our health from water damaged buildings. I mean, if I get called for jury duty, say, and the courtroom is moldy, I am going to have a really hard time convincing my county to fix the courtroom so that I can serve on a jury, as one example. Or, children in schools that are water damaged, very hard to get them fixed. All kinds of, or even hospitals with water damage, which is one of the things that has been very frightening for me, very hard to get them fixed. So we've got a really long way to go, even though a lot of progress has been made. And, it's also interesting where we are with other toxins. I mean, again, we can understand them as a trigger for MCAS, but that's only one sliver of what environmental toxins do to us. And part of the problem, it's a somewhat different situation there. We have stronger scientific evidence that many other toxins cause health problems in humans, but often linking them to a specific person's health problems is hard. We do have some tools to address that practically. I mean, for example, here in New Mexico, there's help for small water systems to remove PFAS from the water. But these kinds of constructs for tackling them are really patchwork, and the holes between the patches are large, and there are few tools that an individual can use to close them. So, I've given this a lot of thought in terms of what the right way of tackling this is and what the prospects are for actually improving things. And I must say the pandemic was quite an eye-opener to just how challenging this is. I mean, in all kinds of ways, but in particular with respect to indoor air quality. In the case of COVID, it's very clear, the science is very clear-cut. There isn't the kind of weirdness that there is with mold. There's no insurance company effort to discredit it. It's not difficult to make the direct link between air quality and illness. We know that COVID is airborne. And still, we are not undertaking a serious effort to improve indoor air quality. And it's something that's, only a kind of niche conversation in public discourse. And so, that's been eye-opening to just show me that our kind of desire to just live our lives without having to think about health stuff is very, very, very strong. And, even when there's an immediate cause and effect connection that's scientifically indubitable, it's just really hard to push against that desire to ignore this kind of issue. So what do we do? Is this just hopeless? And, I guess I would sort of say yes and no. It's not hopeless, and that, with mold, things have gotten a whole lot better, though we have a long way to go, very long way to go in the case of mold. It's also not hopeless in that, we have met major public health challenges in the past. Cholera, for example, led us to undertake a serious effort to improve water quality for drinking water, for instance. So it's, it's clear that we can make progress, but it's also clear that our ability to work together to solve problems is being challenged at this moment on a lot of fronts, including on public health. So, so what do we do? And I guess the way that it seems to me is that it really depends on the stage of the conversation, and that we have to be kind of realistic in assessing that. So, for mold, for example, we are really far from where we need to be, and addressing it thoroughly is really difficult. So, overall, we are kind of at an early stage in working on this. Part of the way to address it, I think, is through efforts like these, through oral histories, through people telling their stories. And that's what I ended up doing in writing my book, is telling my personal story and really trying to spell out what we do know scientifically, that it's actually substantially more than we tend to think it is, and to just kind of like lay a base of knowledge in the general public that credible people that they know, that sort of thing, actually do experience this, and to make it harder to dismiss. And I think these oral histories are incredibly valuable for that reason. But also in the context of mold, when I talk about it, I'm always very gentle in my approach, because I find that if I'm more forceful, it brings up more resistance. So that's kind of, where it is with that. For something like COVID, where the science is really strong and clear, we can push much harder. So for example, there is actually money available to improve indoor air quality in schools. The challenge there is not just building an understanding that maybe that would be a valuable thing to do. It's the actual kind of grunt work of, at each school, having somebody care about this enough that they're willing to go through the thicket of government regulations and grants and figure out what you need to do in this particular building and making it happen. I also think, across the board, kind of at every level, a huge part of what we need to do to improve things is organizing. And, again, like efforts like this are part of that. And we've seen the impacts of organizing for ME/CFS and long COVID. You know, we are at a really different place than we were, say, 15 years ago. And in, you know, with ME/CFS in particular, and we've also seen with long COVID that the organizing among patients for long COVID has had a huge impact. And patients and advocates are kind of winning themselves a seat at the table as research decisions are made, and that's you know, hugely valuable. So, and the work that's been done so far on organizing for complex chronic illness of various forms is something that we can build on for these environmental illness issues. So you know, I guess I would just say, let's work together. And I'm glad to be here and glad to be joining in on that effort.
Thank you for that, Julie. And it seems like we already have a powerful answer to Rachel's igniting question about the viability of illness narratives. So our second speaker is Kelsey Kim. She is a PhD candidate right here at UCLA in anthropology. Her research examines gender, race, and labor in the Silicon Valley tech industry, specifically through the efforts of tech worker activists. Her paper today is called Legitimizing Experiences and Alternative Ways of Knowing. Please welcome Kelsey.
Hi everyone, I'm very excited to be here today. Before I get started, I also just wanted to mention that there is a sick out for Palestine today, so there's just a lot of really wonderful programs going on right now. So I will be reading excerpts from my paper today. An hour into our remote interview, Belle, a 56-year-old former accounting employee with multiple chemical sensitivities, leaned into her computer screen as if we were conversing across a cafe table. She remarked candidly, "I wish somebody would study how to help us on the medical end, besides what you guys are doing, you know, do a medical thing." After years of being met with indifference from allergists as to why her skin burns and breaks out after exposure to perfumes and air fresheners, Belle painstakingly searched for answers on her own and discovered she had an environmental illness known as multiple chemical sensitivities, or MCS, which causes a range of bodily reactions to fragrances and other chemical toxicants. After requesting a chemical test from her doctor, she discovered she was allergic to 5 major chemicals found in everyday products. Now, she's an advocate for fragrance-free policies and informally mentors others with similar symptoms. "The best thing I tell people is to make sure they get chemical tested to prove it," she told me. MCS, also referred to as toxicant-induced loss of tolerance, or TILT, is considered a controversial disorder amongst medical professionals. Those with MCS experience increased sensitivity to chemicals that are often petroleum-based and other environmental triggers, resulting in a multitude of overlapping symptoms like migraines, rashes, cognitive impairment, gastrointestinal issues, or asthma attacks and other respiratory issues. Yet MCS is often stigmatized, with patients being dismissed as psychosomatic or hysterical. Major U.S. medical organizations, from the American Medical Association to the American Academy of Allergy, do not formally recognize MCS. And its co-occurrence with similar, often overlapping conditions like Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, chronic fatigue syndrome, and Lyme disease make diagnoses all the more difficult. Nonetheless, greater public understanding of MCS has steadily increased over the past decade. And Steinemann found that diagnoses had tripled from 2008 to 2018, with 12.8% of the US population medically diagnosed and another 25.9% self-diagnosed. Now, this discrepancy between self and formal diagnoses is important as it reflects the institutional barriers between the people who embody and experience MCS and the healthcare system that prevents them from getting proper care and accommodation. While the MCS community has made great strides in spreading awareness, the current healthcare system has not yet caught up with their experiences and their lived conditions. Now, this presentation discusses the methods process for the Chemical Entanglements Oral Histories of Environmental Illness project, in which we sought to publicize the narratives of those with MCS, enhancing their own voices and reach to further legitimize the condition. As a member of the research team of graduate and undergraduate students led by Professor Rachel Lee at the Center for the Study of Women, we interviewed 85 people who identified as having MCS or similar conditions. Because of the prevalence of fragrances and chemical toxicants in our everyday lives, people with MCS have difficulty being out in public, holding a job or going to school, maintaining relationships, and even seeking care at hospitals and doctors' offices that aren't fragrance-free. One of our narrators, Maya Waisaki, recalled asking a coworker not to wear scented lotion to work and had even offered to buy her new lotion. The coworker then reported Maya to HR for making her feel uncomfortable. Denise Gray, as well as several of our narrators, cited the challenges MCS brought as a substantial reason for their divorces. Still, others reflected on their newfound support networks, experiences, and vital changes to their health that they would not have done otherwise, like M.E., who told us that their MCS is an attunement to the world that makes them more cognizant of their environment. Our narrators also participated in MCS awareness and activism through pushing fragrance-free policies, creating MCS-related artwork, helping others find the right doctors and products, and other strategies that shed light on these issues. By all means, they held expert knowledge on MCS, both in their ability to diagnose themselves, as well as their ability to navigate their symptoms and triggers. Yet throughout these interviews, I was struck by how many of our narrators embraced a biomedical approach for validation, even while demonstrating their own expertise and understanding of MCS. At least 1/6 of our pool lamented we weren't writing a biomedical paper based on their testimonies. Or they seemed skeptical that oral histories on its own had merit. Because many of them fought for visibility by advocating for themselves at doctors' offices, forming online support groups, cutting off unsupportive family and friends, and pushing to establish fragrance-free policies, the desire for legitimacy within the healthcare system was understandable given the pressure for medical proof they met at every turn. In doing so, they undermined their own knowledge as MCS experts themselves. As people with embodied knowledge of MCS, their accounts provide a much-needed perspective that centers their everyday experiences and prioritizes their own voices. This presentation demonstrates our narrators' own embodied knowledge and how they contribute to greater understandings of MCS. It offers testimony into the lives of people whose health are severely impacted by the chemicals found in everyday products, yet are disregarded by the medical system and other institutions. Because MCS disproportionately affects women and people of color and working class people, those who are more likely to be exposed to chemical cleaning products, pesticides, fragrance beauty products, and other harmful toxicants, gender, race, and class play a key role in understanding the perceptions around MCS. Namely, their dismissal on both the institutional and personal level is an example of misogyny, racism, classism, and other oppressive and overarching structures that we inhabit. In reflecting on our oral histories, I also consider the methods and the missteps we took while seeking to conduct intersectional feminist methods. Recognizing that there is no singular definition of what feminist methods entail, we sought to conduct methods that A, counteract the existing whiteness and disability studies through highlighting the experiences of people of color, and B, foster empathetic relationships with our narrators while showing care and attention to detail to their transcripts. Yet there were times when we questioned our methods, or we went back to the drawing board, or expressed concern that we were unintentionally reproducing inequalities that we sought to dismantle. I will discuss our methods process in this presentation, including how we learned from our mistakes. Now, for the purpose of this presentation, I'll just give a brief overview of the feminist disability scholarship that we had drawn from. Disability in the US had long been a topic of study in medicine and in social work, but the push for a standalone discipline was a result of increased disability advocacy, especially with the Americans with Disabilities Act in 1990. Early works often centered the white male body as the norm, with the focus on disabled white men's inability to access the full power of their whiteness and masculinity. Scholars like Christopher Bell and Karen Nakamura have found that the same core of white disability activists and scholars are frequently cited, and that there is little crossover or mention of race in the leading disability studies journal. Feminist disability scholars have called on the field to view disability studies as a critical examination of power imbalances, drawing connections between disability and violence from environmental racism, from economic exploitation and exclusion, police brutality, and medical abuse. Moya Bailey and Izetta Autumn Mobley call for disability studies and Black feminist theory to critically engage with one another through their intersections of race, gender, and disability. They trace the history of violent colonial tropes that have put Black people at odds with identifying as disabled, such as the strong Black woman, the phantasmically abled Black man, and the way Blackness has been associated with subhuman status within a white supremacist society. Identifying as disabled further brings risk of marginalization and vulnerability to state and medical violence, incarceration, and economic exploitation. By noting the shared eugenic impulse between racism, sexism, and ableism, they argue for adopting a Black feminist disability framework to address multiple structures of oppression. Understanding race, gender, and class through a lens of social justice is integral in creating a feminist disability studies framework. To quote civil rights and Black liberation activist Fannie Lou Hamer, "I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired." Her fight for equal rights in the Jim Crow South subjected her to the police violence of a white supremacist state, even becoming blind in one eye from police meetings. Being sick and tired of being sick and tired is a reflection of the ways structural racism and sexism are inextricably tied to disability and state violence, along with environmental injustice and capitalism. One of our narrators, AJ, is severely allergic to pollen, speculating it's due to having grown up in a South Los Angeles neighborhood with poor air quality and minimal greenery. Stephanie Prieto, who grew up in East Los Angeles, surrounded by freeways, semi-trucks, factories, and heavy policing, now has lead contamination and a weakened immune system. Many of our narrators also mention the role corporations play in exacerbating their symptoms. Despite evidence of the negative effects of artificial fragrances, corporations continue to mass-produce products that several narrators speculated would cause more cases of MCS in the future. For these reasons, we cannot separate disability from other forms of systemic oppression. Now, our methods were by no means a linear process, but it generally consisted of 4 stages. So we had the initial development and preparation stage, recruitment, interviewing, and then transcription. Everyone trained in oral history interviewing through the UCLA Library's Center for Oral History Research's training program. We had also developed together the interview template and pre-interview questionnaire. The pre-interview questionnaire was important for us to prepare for any accommodations. So for example, one of our narrators had written that she needed asynchronous interviews. So our interviewer, Wacey Nick Yu, would record their questions and send it to them via email, and then our narrator would record and email back her responses. We recruited by reaching out to MCS advocacy organizations, advertised on our social media and website, and also through word of mouth. Our interviews were roughly 1 hour long with follow-ups as needed and were overwhelmingly remote due to both geographic distance and narrators' needs to protect themselves from chemical exposures. Because of this, we decided on doing remote interviews even before COVID, although our narrators had rich insight into pandemic life and social distancing since their MCS had already called for it. After we would do interviews, then we transcribed and edited, where we processed the audio with transcription software. Then we manually edited it 3 to 4 more times for accuracy and for care for their interviews. Our initial interviews were with white women, usually around the ages of 50 to 70, who didn't usually talk too much or engage with race. So we then added questions into the interview template that directly addressed how gender and race may have affected their experience with MCS. And this resulted in elaborate answers on how gender affected our narrators, but it still didn't really elicit much conversation around race. So what we ended up doing was we went back to the drawing board. We also realized that the term MCS in our recruitment was likely alienating people of color and working class people who didn't necessarily identify with such a medicalized term. We then started advertising by listing out symptoms instead, such as difficulty breathing, migraines, or rashes when exposed to fragrance products. Additionally, we reached out to women of color community advocacy organizations like California Healthy Nail Salon Collaborative and California Domestic Workers Coalition, whose members are predominantly working class Southeast Asian and Latinx women, respectively, whose work puts them into contact with toxicants. By the end of the project, around 1/3 of our narrators were people of color. We also had 4 individuals who are trans and or non-binary, and 4 who are male, and the rest identified as women. Now, while editing the transcripts, we soon realized the differing levels of care, empathy, and commitment each narrator wanted from us. A handful of narrators stood out to us for wanting greater time and attention, asking for repeated follow-ups, and requesting complete editing control over their transcripts to the point where it no longer reflected what was actually spoken. While I genuinely enjoyed conversing with narrators and fostering these relationships, and I had the utmost respect and care for them and their oral histories, I felt conflicted by the amount of time I spent addressing their concerns. This was time that we could have devoted to recruiting more women of color narrators or working on other interviews, and I was worried that we were reproducing whiteness in disability studies by spending a disproportionate amount of time on a few of our narrators who were white. Now, getting past initial frustrations, I realized upon reflection that narrators' concerns likely stemmed from fears of being ignored or dismissed. Doctors routinely labeled their MCS as psychosomatic. Family and friends refused to believe their condition was real and disregarded their boundaries. Many narrators also mentioned having brain fog, a symptom of MCS, during their interview and wanted to make sure they came off as intelligent as possible just to avoid being discredited. To assuage their fears while being mindful of our own boundaries, we offered additional 30-minute follow-ups for those who wanted more time, and for those who wanted to heavily edit their transcripts, we kept their version in the archive with a note stating that it does not reflect the audio. And by doing so, we sought to make the process as collaborative as possible while still recognizing our own limitations as researchers and people living through COVID and its burdens. But there was still admittedly a lot of guilt navigating these relationships. Through their oral histories, narrators demonstrated their embodied knowledge of MCS in addition to their ability to research treatment and navigate symptoms with or without doctors' assistance. And yet, many of our narrators questioned why we weren't writing a biomedical paper on MCS to legitimize the knowledge they already embodied and advocated for. While it's certainly understandable, given the way they've been disregarded by the healthcare system, their requests place greater significance on a biomedical model that values objective, empirical methods over their own ways of knowing. In reality, the scientific method and other hallmarks of scientific research are far from objective, but reflect the viewpoints of those who created it. In other words, it privileges Western, formally educated male perspectives with unmarked whiteness as the focal point of objectivity. Feminist scholars, however, have problematized the notion of true objectivity within the sciences. Carol Cohn notes that objectivity amongst nuclear scientists and defense intellectuals meant removing oneself from the realities of war, and that women who rejected the use of detached, sanitized language to discuss nuclear weapons were considered irrational and unintellectual. Physicist Shonda Prescott-Weinstein states that there is no single objective frame of reference that is more objective than any other, yet there is an underlying assumption of white empiricism in the sciences, that white people, particularly white men, have a fundamental capacity for objectivity that Black people, particularly Black women, do not have. In this way, race, gender, and class determine whose knowledge is legitimized and whose is discredited. Now, to counter the notion of true objectivity and illuminate the value of our oral history collection, I turn to Michelle Caswell's feminist standpoint appraisal for its methods in challenging power structures through archives. According to feminist standpoint theory, it is impossible to separate the structure and thematic content of thought from the historical and material conditions shaped by the lives of its producers. In other words, knowledge is socially situated, and the epistemologies we may view as neutral or objective are in fact reflections of those in power. Using feminist standpoint appraisal, Caswell instead places emphasis on the epistemologies created by marginalized communities, Indigenous people, disabled people, women, people of color, queer people, whose knowledge has been historically derided such that they are either not recognized as valuable forms of knowledge or dismissed as patently false. By using feminist standpoint appraisal as a method, we seek to utilize our archive for liberatory goals, legitimizing the knowledge of those on the margins. Our archive amplifies the stories of women and people of color who are otherwise discredited by the healthcare system. By conducting this research, we place value in our narrator's own embodied knowledge as a way of knowing and experiencing illness. It's no wonder that most of our narrators also turn to holistic medicine through the use of naturopaths, Chinese medicine practitioners, and even osteopathic doctors that tends to the entirety of a person's well-being rather than a biomedical healthcare system that treats individual symptoms. However, I also acknowledge that approval within the latter system can be life or death for some, or have devastating consequences for others. One of our narrators, Michelle Katz, was almost institutionalized by her family, while other narrators such as Denise Gray or Rosie Dono and countless others have had strained relationships with their family because they were assumed to be lying about their symptoms. These experiences were not outside the norm for people with MCS. What would it look like to instead place value on their embodied knowledge, their ways of knowing, without needing a medical diagnosis? Whose voices would we hear, perhaps for the first time? By adopting methods that value knowledge outside of hegemonic systems, our narrators challenge dominant epistemologies and make space for their own stories to be told. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey. And actually, thank you, Leslie, too. I didn't realize you were keeping time for us. So thank you. I thought that was my job. All right, so our final speaker is Emily Lim Rogers, an assistant professor of cultural anthropology at Duke University. She has articles in Medical Anthropology Quarterly, a book chapter in CRIP Authorship, Disability as Method, and others. She was also a researcher at the NYU Disability COVID Chronicles, an oral history project about disabled and chronically ill New Yorkers. Currently, she is working on her first book manuscript, Clinical Proximities, ME/CFS, and Biomedicine's Binds, about the politics of ME/CFS in the US. Her paper today is called Proximate Causes, Histories of ME and HIV/AIDS. Please welcome Emily.
Thank you all. It's really, really exciting to be here as the token East Coaster of the conference. So, and I'm really excited to meet folks that I've only met online and stuff. And it's my first time at a UC to Dean Stern's point. Yeah, thanks. I feel very welcome. Cool. Yeah, I think one of the things I love about, just to say really quickly about this project, and thank you, Rachel, for inviting me and everything, is that it really kind of embraces the politics of our work and the political implications of our work head on, integrates it into methodology, right, and really owns it. And I think this is a time where we need, decolonial disability studies more than ever, right? So I just want to say that. And also, I'm going to talk about the archival aspects of my work. I did do 4 years of ethnography with ME/CFS activists. And yeah, also a shout out to Harris Kornstein is here. everyone's celeb, Harris Kornstein is here, who is a collaborator of mine. And in reference to the Oral History Project, Harris is a big, big part of that, is one of the editors on the book project that's emerging from that with Mara Mills and Faye Ginsburg and Raina Rapp. So yeah, look out for that. Not to be like East Coast versus West Coast showdown. This is not hip hop, you know. Okay, so I'm gonna read like an excerpt of this chapter. Sorry, you know, Tupac. I don't know. Yeah. Okay, I'll get serious now. This is like an excerpt from my book, Clinical Proximities. I'm really trying to play with this concept of proximities. And today I'm going to talk about the dual meaning of causes, both activist causes and constructions of science. So, okay. Todd Haynes' 1995 film, Safe, depicts a white suburban housewife who experiences mysterious symptoms not easily captured by any prevailing biomedical diagnosis. Set in 1987, the film follows its protagonist, Carol White, portrayed by Julianne Moore, this is her leading debut, as she continually hits walls of medical resistance and societal disbelief everywhere she turns. But as her symptoms worsen, so too does her desperation, the terror of living in a body beset by debilitating symptoms that cannot be explained. While Carol never achieves an answer from doctors, instead turning to an unorthodox communal retreat that promotes controversial spiritual healing techniques, multiple diagnoses are floated in the film, as Carol attends support groups and as Haynes incisively captures the mid-1980s zeitgeist through the television infomercials that Carol watches in the hospital, which name such diagnoses as multiple chemical sensitivities, sick building syndrome, heavy metal toxicity, and at one point, chronic fatigue syndrome. Critics have widely interpreted the film on its surface about mystery diagnoses that women receive and the resistance with which they are met as an allegory for AIDS. Haynes became an exemplar of the new queer cinema movement, but the film is in fact cloyingly heterosexual, a parody of the gendered banality of suburban life that simultaneously evokes its eerie horror as Carol moves through its geographies, having dull sex with her husband, running mundane errands via a car whose fume makes her sick, redoing the home decor with a couch which has chemical off-gassing that causes her allergies, and puttering around the house in a general state of ennui. That a film about a heterosexual white housewife with a medically unexplained syndromic illness could be a pillar of queer cinema and an analogy for AIDS speaks to the peculiar setting of the mid-1980s. Cultural anxieties about viruses and their many unknowns loomed large. Through a textual overlay at the beginning of the film, in fact, Haynes explicitly situates the film in 1987, even though it came out in 95, evoking the then novelty of the discovery of HIV, whose name had only been settled upon 1 year prior. Safe masterfully evokes the uncertain affective atmosphere that defined both these medically unexplained syndromes and a particularly acute point in the AIDS crisis, where certainty around its cause was in fact just solidifying. In the chapter from which this talk is drawn, I argue the stories of AIDS and CFS, a term that I'm using in this talk because it was contemporaneous, CFS, sometimes I'll say CFIDs, depending on the organization, were in fact substantively, materially intertwined. This intertwining occurred on two levels. First, the question of scientific paradigms. Viruses and the uncertainty they unleashed occupied unprecedented space in American culture, and the virus-2 syndrome paradigm informed the emergence of CFS research, especially into its cause. For instance, HHV6 was investigated in both AIDS and CFS. So second, though, there's the question of disease activism. AIDS activists collaborated with the early CFS movement and provided a model for activist work. But meanwhile, their different patient profiles meant these movements were met with very different fates. So basically what I'm saying is AIDS provided a necessary heuristic for the emergence of CFS. Yet, in many ways, they're very different diseases, right? Both in the manifestation and the demographics of disease, a combination that I call patient profiles. CFS patients did not die gruesome deaths like AIDS patients did in droves over these decades. They were instead left with the mercilessness of chronic symptoms and the sort of relegated to the cruel comfort of their bedrooms. These bodily forms of debilitation, of course, are always lived out in socially situated subjects. AIDS and CFS activists both diagnosed the political problem through the same idiom of governmental neglect. But from the start, they faced different obstacles. AIDS activists face pre-existing stigma as gay, Haitian, or IV drug users, for instance, whereas CFS activists were disproportionately, at the time, white, middle-class, heterosexual women, positioned as perfectly productive subjects experiencing the gendered side effects, or what I call side affects, of ordinary yuppie womanhood. AIDS activists then fought the narrative that disease was punishment, whereas CFS activists fought the narrative that their disease was simply not real, in part because of the history of dismissal of women's symptoms. So their symptoms, people with CFS, were minimized, normalized by the very question of proximity the book interrogates. So when it's normalized that everyone is tired, people neglect the realness of ME/CFS's far disproportionate post-exertional symptoms, right? So I'm trying to think about the proximity of the normal and the pathological and how that shifts when diagnoses emerge and how. So one group, people with AIDS pathologized and stigmatized, and the other, people with ME, dismissed. So this chapter that the talk's drawn from argues that AIDS and CFS were tied together through their proximate causes. At the same time that there was overlap in research surrounding the cause of both AIDS and CFS, so too were the political causes informed by one another. Close, but ultimately not the same. I also borrow this idea of proximate cause from legal language. So where the proximate cause test is this idea of the if not for. So in law, a proximate cause is something like if one driver hadn't run a red light, then there wouldn't have been an accident, right? In a similar vein, I'm arguing here that AIDS was a necessary but not sufficient condition for ME/CFS to emerge in the way that it did. AIDS created the necessary paradigm of like viral disease to syndrome, and the nascent activism that happened also, they informed each other. But their fates departed, especially once the idea, I argue that in a piece in Osiris, that the single virus to single syndrome prevailed. And I think there's a question of what we're seeing with long COVID that I think Julie raised as well. So I've been playing with this idea of adjacent but separate, close but not quite, intimacy and remoteness, et cetera, in the book as a whole in terms of like how I'm playing with proximities. But this is very developing the dissertation of manuscript right now. So while their fates in Western biomedicine differed more starkly, AIDS and CFS intersected in their respective activist movements and patient communities in complex ways in the late 80s to early 90s. Nascent CFS activism began in San Francisco in the mid-80s, contemporaneous with the growth of the AIDS movement. As Lake Tahoe was a popular vacation destination for San Franciscans, San Francisco sat geographically proximate to the very first investigated outbreak of CFS in Incline Village, announced in '84 and then conducted in '85. So San Francisco also had the public health infrastructure, depth of political organizing, and density of people, and some early CFS specialists as well, that created fertile conditions for early CFS organizing to emerge there. So it really started in San Francisco, I think is an important point. So women were diagnosed with CFS far disproportionately, but specifically a number of lesbian women in San Francisco began to be diagnosed with CFS, and they used their ties to AIDS organizing to form some of the earliest patient advocacy groups in the nation that ultimately render ME/CFS and AIDS as proximate causes. So in this talk, I'm going to sort of focus on lesbians with CFS. I'm working on some new stuff on lesbians in ACT UP as well. But I also think it's important because lesbians existed in the moment that I'm speaking to as a crucial nexus that tied together AIDS and other chronic illnesses. The year 1985 saw the very first CFS patient organizing. Many took the form of support groups or newsletters designed to spread information about CFS as people inhabited the throes of uncertainty in its early days. And I think it's really important that this is pre-internet, so the only way you could circulate, especially with the isolation and lack of proximity that people with ME/CFS experienced, you needed that. There was also listservs and stuff at the time that I also look at. So CFS patients also organized into advocacy groups. Perhaps surprisingly, activism surrounding other feminized, contested diagnoses like chronic Lyme, multiple chemical sensitivities, and in fact fibromyalgia were in this initial phase actually kind of siloed from one another. So there actually wasn't necessarily let's bring these disease movements together. So nor did CFS activists in the 1980s form practical alliances or connect disease paradigms with breast cancer. So there wasn't, especially as breast cancer was also labeled a lesbian health issue, which Marid Sullivan talks about, they actually weren't really connected. CFS activists in the 1980s instead found deep and significant ties in the cause of AIDS activism. In San Francisco in particular, lesbians in the patient community, in activism, and involved in local politics were at the heart of making such ties. One of the first patient groups, the San Francisco Chronic Immune Dysfunction Syndrome, so CFIDS Foundation, was formed in 1985 by Essa Soler and Jan Montgomery, designed as a support and informational awareness group. That year, they wrote to the San Francisco Women's Building, which is a longstanding site, pictured here, of feminist and lesbian organizing, asking for their support. Although Montgomery was identified as, quote, an active member of the community, the framing of CFS as a lesbian health issue did not come immediately. And their proposal to the Women's Building did not explicitly mention lesbians or even the fact that CFS disproportionately impacted women. Instead, Roma Guy, a lesbian activist and a co-founder of the Women's Building, wondered if they might draw out the woman angle more. Still, the Women's Building became the SF CFIDS Foundation home and its fiscal agent. By 1988, the building incorporated CFS into its overall programming on lesbian health issues, and its co-founder, Carmen Vasquez, became a crucial link between government officials and patient-led organizations as she had connections to the San Francisco Department of Public Health. The preponderance of lesbians in CFS activist groups and their connection to AIDS activists would eventually lead to the syndrome's brief incorporation into the banner of lesbian and gay health, as gays and lesbians also were growing increasingly visible to local government agencies. So the SF Department of Public Health actually called CFS a lesbian health issue at one point, which is actually really kind of inconceivable, or like something I'm writing about a lot in the book and in spin-off articles. So framings of CFS alongside AIDS came not only through activist networks, but in the modalities by which ME-CFS became an incomplete health crisis. CFS activists mirrored the language of AIDS activism. They argued that CFS was a new or newly virulent virus that caused chronic syndromic effects, which is slightly different, right, from how it's viewed today, but they said this is new, right? And they likewise, and they also noted the link to opportunistic infections and various cancers. So really the idiom was AIDS, right? Likewise, they diagnosed the political problem as one of governmental neglect, scientific uncertainty, and stigmatization based on patient profiles, in one case homophobia, and the other sexism. Pointing to the need to both politicize and destigmatize the condition, they consistently used the language of people with CFS, which mirrored the people with AIDS, like PWC and PWAs. We do see PWME sometimes, especially in certain activist groups today, rather avoiding the use of the language of patients. CFS activism was so thoroughly informed by AIDS that as the former began to emerge, some even wondered why a separate CFS movement was needed from AIDS. I mean, it was this intertwined. So the idea that the same cause could form even around separate diseases. In a 1989 meeting of the San Francisco-based CFIDS task force, which was co-chaired by San Francisco Supervisor Nancy Walker and the co-director of the Women's Foundation, Maria Grams, and it was comprised of both public officials and people with CFS. Participants in this workshop observed, CFIDS is where, quote, CFIDS is where AIDS was several years ago, noting the continuity of scientific uncertainty and governmental stalledness of governmental legitimation. Nonetheless, the characteristics and prognosis, of course, diverge. As they noted in notes on this meeting, CFS was not sexually transmitted, not bloodborne, quote, and, quote, AIDS sufferers are in emergency/life-threatened situations, end quote, whereas CFS is, quote, debilitating but not necessarily life-threatened, as written in the notes. The emphasis in the final line that it was not necessarily life-threatening signals a type of uncertainty that characterized CFS in ways that diverged from AIDS. By that time, it was no mystery that AIDS killed people, right? They were dying horrific deaths not long after diagnosis. With CFS, on the other hand, public health officials and health advocates in the late 80s felt it was sort of too soon to tell, without data to see if CFS was associated with particular causes of mortality or premature death. And that's a debate, right, that remains open to this day. But at the time, it was really like, okay, people are starting to get sick. Will they die from this soon, right? If it only emerged in 85, and we're talking late 80s here, right? So meanwhile, they discussed the particular need for women to have their own support organizations, as there was a gendered crisis of belief facing CFS, like lupus and multiple sclerosis before it, they note. Despite these differences, the meeting concluded that, quote, politically the movements will come together between AIDS and CFS. So there was indeed a notable overlap between AIDS activism and CFS activism in San Francisco in the late 80s into 1990, as the former gained numbers and momentum and the latter began to emerge. So activists involved with San Francisco ACT UP, the People with Immune Systems Caucus, or PIST, did work to make sure CFS was on ACT UP's radar. And people with PIST took their expertise from the CFS world into PIST meetings. And I'm actually working on an article about this in New York, where there actually were many lesbians with things like chemical sensitivities. Actually, with EDS, Kim Christensen was a big activist involved in this. I'm working on an article on alternative medicine and lesbians in ACT UP, using New York archives right now. So moreover, lesbians who cared for gay men bridged these worlds, right? Appeals to government officials from the local to the federal levels frequently utilized connections between CFS and AIDS to bolster the legitimacy of CFS. The CFIDS, the SF-CFIDS Foundation's 1989 letter to the CDC, for instance, noted that CFS had, quote, attracted the attention of some of the most prestigious epidemiological research teams in the country, including the National Cancer Institute. So Dr. Gallo, discoverer of the AIDS virus, UCSF, Dr. Jay Levy, co-discoverer of the AIDS virus, researchers from USC, Harvard, and Duke universities, end quote. So they're trying to name all of the prestigious research labs that also connected right to AIDS. Likewise, there was also concern that they were substantively intertwined. There was still concern about this. As late as 1988 meeting of the San Francisco CFS Task Force, a committee member commented, quote, "Two major epidemics are going on at the same time, which are causing dysfunction of the immune system and which are transmitted. This can hardly be coincidental," end quote. It has to be remembered here that even in 88, the paradigm for CFS was still that of an infectious disease, and this is not the case today necessarily. So while the task force did not, quote, want to sound an alarm until evidence is gathered, they also raised the possibility that there, quote, may be a cofactor relationship between AIDS and CFS, so proximity between the diseases that both separated and linked them. Ultimately, the idea that ME/CFS is caused by a singular virus, not to mention a singular retrovirus, not to mention the same one as AIDS, is almost inconceivable today. Likewise, most people are surprised when I give this history, the idea that ME/CFS and AIDS have the same viral cause and should share the same political cause. It both is and isn't surprising. On the one hand, there are these histories of proximities between lesbians and gay men, for example, through networks of care. These networks inspired activism, and meanwhile, while not the focus of this talk, also inspired where researchers looked to the viral cause of AIDS. Dr. Gallo, right, investigated HHV6 for both CFS and AIDS. It's like where he started. On the other hand, once these causes failed to materialize, like the causes failed to literally come together, right, so did too their activist movements, right, as the causes separated. You have AIDS, the HIV/AIDS, the single virus, single syndrome. You don't have the chronic Epstein-Barr anymore, right? That was in the early days, but no single virus was found, which also led to the delegitimizing of ME. So in the 1990s, ME/CFS really got swallowed up by psychologists. The story for another day. But just as the cause of AIDS was, you have 1990, the cause of AIDS is pretty much settled by, it's coming to consensus, right? Controversy reopens later, but I argue that this is why ME/CFS fell off the radar. And then also you have the increasing number of antidepressants, the way that depression is looming large in the American cultural imaginary around that turn of the decade. We have a new era of proximate diseases and even a reappearance of some old figures. When Fauci said he wished he could go back in time and study post-viral illness in the era of AIDS, I thought that was interesting because his close colleague Robert Gallo was, however briefly, studying that very thing. So there's this huge amnesia here, right, about the actual substantive intertwining of these two, right? But yes, he wasn't actually he didn't actually mention ME/CFS. He was talking about long COVID, right? And then it's like, it's right there. It's right there. So long COVID has the advantage of mirroring the single virus to single syndrome hypothesis. And some have gone so far as to say SARS-CoV-2 is to HIV as long COVID is to AIDS, a comparison I find inappropriate yet intellectually interesting. The proximity between symptoms of long COVID and ME/CFS present real opportunities for alliances, at the same time that we see some resentments between people with ME/CFS who wonder where the concern was before and people with long COVID. And Harrison Cornsey and I have written an article that's coming out next year about precisely this topic. We also see that attaching two diseases together doesn't necessarily ensure legitimacy for both, right? Especially as we continue to see MECFS left out of a lot of reporting on long COVID. So I'll just leave us with this question of what proximity can and can't do for us. Thank you so much. I should minimize it. Should I close or minimize? Oh, right.
Thank you for that. So we do have time for questions. We have about half an hour. Anyone wants to ask a question?
Oh, yeah, probably.
Is Julie here? Oh, should I circulate with
I will walk around. If you have a question, please raise your hand. I'll bring the mic to you.
Thank you all. This was great, and I learned a lot. One thread that I heard in all three presentations, and I was wondering if you could speak to this. It's a pretty general question, but all three of you, in some ways, were trying to talk about the negotiation of the kind of politics of legitimacy with the politics of respectability, or tarrying with the politics of respectability. I wonder if you could speak a little bit more about kind of and in kind of listening to each other's papers, what you hear in terms of the question of respectability politics.
I can, are these on? Oops.
Yeah, I think they're on, yeah.
Okay. I can start with that, I guess. I mean, one of the tricky things for me is when I say things like I did in this paper, that like MECFS activists were in the early days disproportionately bourgeois white women, sometimes people get mad at me, but I'm just telling the truth. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just telling the truth. I'm just telling it how it is. And I don't want to reproduce, like you guys are saying, structures. And I think you guys are doing it in an amazing methodological way. And I feel like I'm doing it in a slightly different way, which is to actually show why was this disease associated with white yuppie women. There's a reason for this, right? And that is what has a recursive relationship, just like you're saying, to formal diagnosis versus political cause. And so what I want to think about myself is why does MECFS get disproportionately talked about with yuppie white women? And there's various reasons for that. I'm kind of going about it in like a reverse way, if that makes sense. Because I really think we need to deconstruct whiteness as well, you know?
Yeah, I think I see a lot of similarities with like what you were saying, and also in your presentation, especially in the beginning when you're talking about the film with Julianne Moore and this like, you know, like white fragile woman with like respectability politics. I think within my own work, there is this kind of interesting balance between people who want to be seen as, and they want their MCS to be really legitimized within a very particular way. And then on the other hand, you also have people who, because they're trying to legitimize themselves in a very particular way, also want to present themselves in a very particular way so that they are recognized as a source of knowledge, whether it's them wanting to like seem very, you know, very intellectual and getting very, very nervous. I notice this in a lot of interviews. They get very nervous if they even stutter a little bit. They're like, can you take this out? I don't want to sound like I don't know what I'm talking about. Please take that out. Which is very unfortunate because, you know, as I was trying to say, they do have so much knowledge. They have embodied knowledge, and they know so much more than a lot of the doctors that they ended up seeing and getting dismissed from. Yeah, so I guess that's just another thing. Yeah.
Oh, I'm muted on Zoom.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
My thought about it as a happily minority white person on this panel, white woman. You know, I mean, I have definitely been working to kind of, you know, legitimize these related illnesses. And a lot of how I see it is trying to use my privilege as a white person, as an educated person, as a person with, you know, access to the media, ability to speak in scientific language, and somewhat greater ability to get doctors and researchers to listen to me, is, trying to use that on behalf of all of us. I think part of the kind of natural dynamic with this kind of thing, when an illness is delegitimized, then it's people like me who can kind of fight their way to get a kind of podium and be heard. And the important thing is to recognize that we're a small piece of the whole picture. Particularly, like, I mean, in the context of mold, like, holy cow, you look at the increase in extreme weather events with climate change, and, I thought about this a lot with Katrina, like, okay, so it's the people with privilege who can talk about it publicly and get some degree of recognition of what's going on. But like the people that are actually impacted by this are unquestionably disproportionately not people like me. Those are my thoughts about it.
Wow, lots of hands.
Oh, okay. Thank you all. I'm going to try to do this both ways.
Wait, can people introduce themselves just so?
Wait, say that?
Can people introduce themselves just so I
Yes,
know?
okay, sure. Hi, I'm Megan Moody from Anthropology at UC Santa Cruz. I'm so happy to be here. Y'all have no idea. So here's my question. This recurred through all the talks too, is what do we do with narratives of illness? What are they? I'm interested in what they do literarily, but I'm also really interested in what they do as a form of evidence. And so I'm asking this question to all of you from two places. One is the kind of work that I think we're trying to do in the MRPI to abolish medicine as we know it. So we are looking at intersections with carcerality, but we're also thinking about, right, abolish the police, abolish prisons, abolish medicine. So what role would potentially detailed, attentive case histories have in a different kind of medicine? Maybe we don't even call it medicine, we call it something else. So it comes from there, and it also comes from recently teaching a double grad seminar session on hysteria, and watching my students have an incredibly split relationship, and me too, to materials from the 19th century, where we look at Charcot talking about hysterical women in the Salpêtrière, and we're like, I mean, it's clearly this is a carceral space of intense abuse, and yet there's this care lavished on patients that is, for those of us who are sick in the room, unthinkable. Hundreds and hundreds of pages recording daily stories and complaints and symptoms. And so this weird form of surveillance also starts to, from our perspective, look a little bit like care also. So that creeped us all out. If you could imagine a space where folks like all the participants in the oral history project who have embodied knowledge are part of making this new space of healing, health, and care. Do you have any hints or thoughts about what we can do with illness narrative, how we can listen to them differently, how we can offer them differently, anything?
I have a thought about this. This is not to the absolute center of your question, but a context where I have been working on that is in journalism, just, because that's where I have influence. And in particular, trying to get journalists to recognize the category of patient experts, people who both have lived experience of a condition and have serious learned knowledge about that condition. journalists have a tendency to actually see lived experience as a source of bias rather than as an additional layer of knowledge. So, even say a doctor or a researcher who has the condition that they're studying, often those people feel the need to hide their status as someone experiencing the condition, because it will make them be seen as less worth listening to. So I'm really working to get journalists to seek out patient experts or condition experts, for disabled people who wouldn't consider themselves patients, and recognize that these are folks who have a really, really deep value for journalists. So again, that's a little bit to the side of your question, but I think connected. I think that if journalists did that regularly, so that it wasn't just like, oh, here's a story of a poor victimized person that begins the piece, and then they go off to talk to the real experts who are the people with letters after their names. I think that would be, a step in that direction of observing people's, of giving credit to people's lived experience as an additional source of real knowledge and
Wait, can I respond to that? Oh, okay. I really, just to jump off on one word you said, Julie, is the idea of credit, right? I'm playing in one of my chapters about biomarkers as currency. And so some people have better credit scores than others, if that makes sense. Do you know what I'm saying? Personal narratives, one person's medical problem is another person's malingering, right? So who has credit, right? And what can this currency, what can our narratives be exchanged for? The great point that Dean Stern brought up earlier is that there are real material stakes here. So that's why I'm trying to play around personally with currency and credit. Can I exchange my symptoms for disability insurance? Can I exchange my symptoms and my illness narrative for belief? Some people can, some people don't. There's different exchange rates in different sites, right? So I like this idea of credit, just to make this a little I'm being a little theoretical because I'm publishing with Duke University Press, but but I have to make it loosey goosey. But actually, to try to emphasize the material stakes here, right? That this actually money is at stake, livelihoods are at stake, based on what we think about in terms of people's illness narratives.
Can I just propose that in illness communities, we actually develop ways to listen.
Yeah.
So it's not just that we narrate the experience of illness and that becomes evidence. The practice we use in listening to each other is, in fact, a different form of medicine. And that seems to me key from what I'm learning from all of you and just from this world, that patient-led research will not just mean also using these as stories from which we can extract symptomologies, but in fact, patient communities have methodologies. We help each other. I wouldn't even be speaking to you in this microphone today if other people didn't know how to listen to my symptoms. So I think that's really important stuff coming out of all your work too, and you should own it.
I just wanted to add to that point, one thing that I would really like to see from our narratives, our illness narratives, is for it to strengthen the already existing communities of care. What I've seen in our archives and by interviewing people is that they were the greatest asset to other people who were experiencing similar things, and they were able to help each other figure out symptoms, how to advocate for themselves and for each other. So that is kind of what I want to see out of this project and what I'm hoping for. So.
Hi, I'm Angela. I'm actually one of the narrators of Kelsey Combs. I'm from Texas. In reference to the first question that Jim had, I just thought that I expressed that there's some correlation in the suppressed women and why they either don't want to speak up or erase maybe what is said. It's systematic, right? There's so much psychological violence, not just with women, but much in the, you know, the household, so it is of the woman. So I became fragrance-free back in 2018, I believe. And that was a month before I got pregnant. I didn't become fragrance-free by choice. It just all of a sudden started to attack me, right? The fragrance chemicals. And whenever I started going out in public, people said, oh, well, it's because you're pregnant. That's normal. But it wasn't normal. It just so happened to be, right, that I started going back out in public because my 7 weeks of, you know, sickness or whatever let me go out again. Well, I recognized over time, because things got way worse, and that's when Kelsey started to interview me, and I was just really figuring out how to manage. Looking back at that time, I realized that a month before I got pregnant, my husband at the time, he's my ex-husband now, had a huge blow up, right? There was a significant occurrence of his bad behavior with friends of ours in a private setting, but their children were witness. It was very traumatic, right? And things changed for me completely. But I didn't recognize that at the time. It wasn't until a year after I had my daughter that I realized that, oh God, I'm in a psychologically abusive relationship. And I had been for 12, 13 years, but things were coming out really badly. And I kept it under wraps. Nobody knew, right? Because I'm suppressed. I don't want anybody to know what has ever gone on, anything bad that had ever happened. I quite certainly made sure that I covered it up because that was my role as a wife, you know, and a woman, and just someone in public. Like, you don't air your dirty laundry. And of course, I'm not going to air my dirty laundry, like, so everybody knows, like many of them do today. But I was really keeping it tight, right? And so I came to this conclusion. Things had gotten so bad in our household that I was like, okay, well, we need to get therapy. Before it used to be, John, something's going on for anxiety, depression. You need to see someone. And I was encouraging and trying to help. And that prospect of, you know, we're still in this together, very naive as to what's going on, became, oh my God, we need to get marriage counseling. Made that worse. Long story short, you don't go into marriage counseling with a narcissist, right? But things got worse for me. I was reacting to all sorts of chemicals, but I'm still not aware of anything that would be called chemical sensitivity for me, just that I'm fragrance-free, right? Spoke with my allergist, who I'd been seeing for a long time, about the situation. He understood me as a super smeller because I could detect ingredients of, you know, mixes and so forth, and a super taster. And one day I just made like a normal appointment with him. This time it's telehealth because we're in COVID. And he just thinks it's going to be about my allergies, right? Well, I'm hiding safely tucked away in my office, away from home. And I say, hey, I have a question for you. Do you think that domestic violence, psychological abuse, can contribute to my need to be fragrance-free? And that's when he's like, well, first he obviously visibly freaked out because he hadn't realized I never told anybody. And then he had responded, yes, that could be a factor. After I spoke with him and let the cat out of the bag, he was the second person that I had let the cat out of the bag to at all, but the second person that week, because the first one is when I started crying in front of my employer. After that occurred, all of a sudden, certain things in that immediate moment did not bother me when I smelled it. Like my employer's fragrance that she wore, that was god-awful for me, right? I was able to detect that it had a good scent to it in that time being. Now, I'm still bothered by fragrance. I'm still fragrance-free. But as I started telling people the truth and trying to find help for myself to get out of a violent situation, I'm starting to detect, say, safety or problematic chemical in the fragrances. Now, obviously, I'm never going to have the fragrance in my home. I can't live within it. But it was like I could tell that someone was safe or not safe after I started to let loose the trauma. So this goes back to the first question and what you were answering with these narrators who want to give story, but then they want to retract. You know, they don't want to give the full story, or redact, I should say. It may have to do with the fact that we are considered the problem in society. We are not to create a fuss. We are not to make our significant other look bad or make their family members in the spotlight for something negative. We're crazy. We just need to not make our husbands look uncomfortable or be uncomfortable, because once we're behind closed doors, we're going to get it. Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, Angela, it's great to see you. I'm so glad you're here, and I'm glad you're doing better. Yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, there were so many narrators that I talked to who even said, like, this was the cause of their divorce or the reason why their kids are alienated from them, and not necessarily because they were sensitive, but because of the reactions of the people around them and the way that they were, stigmatized and thought to be lying about these things, thought to be hysterical. So I totally understand where you're coming from on that. I think there was another point, but no, I think I'll leave it at that. But yeah, thank you. Thank you for contributing. Yeah.
So we're getting close to time, so Rachel, you can have the last question.
I had one question about the proximate causes, but I'm going to say that because, Angela, thank you so much for coming, and thank you so much for sharing that. And the reason why I wanted to jump in is because, and Julie, you're here, and I'm so glad that you're here, because one of the things that we discussed was whether we could or could not ask about mental health status. And the reason is because we had lots of different interviewees at the beginning who were like, we have to fight the psychogenic narrative, which is it's all trauma. And you have to fix it then yourself with a counselor, which is not going to be as covered as something else, right? So there's biomarkers for stress and trauma, but those aren't as good as, I guess, a viral or bacteria biomarker. So I was really struck by, Julie, your book. I love it. And I love the fact that you did all of the science and you did all of the first-person narrative, but then you also, and I hope it's okay because you published it already, talk about an incident that people want you to talk about because it's always about sexual trauma, right? And I was like, oh, right, but you have to put that at the very end, because if you put it at the beginning, everyone will be like, well, I don't need to read the rest. So what the hell is that about? And then I was wondering if this is in some way to connect as well to the point you made, Emily, about, I don't know if I can wrap this up, but I was like singular cause, singular infectious component, singular syndrome. But there is also something about sex and sexuality that's in here too, that I'm reaching after, but I don't know quite how to ask. So maybe we could just like float that around, because certainly if 1 in 4 women are raped, right, which we know it's probably more now, right? We know there's a lot of sexual trauma to go around, right? So if also 88% of our population is women, or if it's bougie white women who are it's like, well, a quarter of them are going to also have been survivors of sexual abuse, not even talking about sexual harassment and psychological abuse. So it automatically means those 4 cannot be taken seriously if they ever talk about that, which is a structural problem. But it is something like, do we just abolish medicine? Because it's, yes and no. I don't know. I know I'm babbling, but I'm just so glad we got it in the room, because part of our care was to kind of avoid talking about it. We did include a question, but it was also carefully interwoven into our interviews. Like, we made it a space where people could say, of course I got counseling. You know, this is so stressful. But I also worry that when people use this publicly accessible archive, they'll go, see? So anyway, I'm just putting that out there.
Yeah, that was one of the hardest parts of my book, to figure out how to handle. In the book I talk a lot about my own psychology in various ways, including sexual trauma, and try to think in a very careful way about what role that may be playing and what role that may not be playing. And I think to me, this issue ties into a kind of broader issue, which connects with what Emily was talking about, which is that the kind of model that we have for illnesses, and particularly, respectable illnesses, legitimate illnesses, is that there's going to be one cause, and then you understand that on a physiological level, and you find a way to intervene in that one, biological mechanism that's gone wrong, and you fix it, and the person's okay. And I think that part of the challenge with complex chronic illness in general, including environmental illness, is that it just doesn't work that way. There are a lot of different things going wrong, and you often have to address them all at once to actually get people better. And it's a kind of fundamental challenge to our basic way of thinking about illness. And I'm bringing that up because I think, emotional, psychological, spiritual, mental, whatever aspects are, fit into that. They are one piece, one thread in a knot. And, it may be for some people that's a particularly important thread, and addressing it will go a long way toward unraveling the whole knot. For other people, it may be a trivial or non-existent thread in the knot. But because we have this model of it should be one thing, then as soon as you bring up that that's playing any role at all, then it's very easy to end up having people say, oh, well, then that's the whole explanation. And, there's the same problem. I mean, even with mold, for me, like there are a lot of people who then say, okay, mold is the explanation for ME/CFS, and that's just clearly wrong. It's just not true. Like for me, mold has played a major role. For other people, it's a much more trivial or non-existent aspect of what's going on. So anyway, that's my thought.
Can I answer really quick? Yeah, I would really recommend the book Tender Points by Amy Berkowitz, which talks about, it's fibromyalgia, and it talks about how, you have the tender points diagnosis for fibromyalgia, okay? She talks about how the areas that were subject to additional trauma were hurt more, and I think that's a brave thing to do, But yeah, since I talk about activism, it's particularly sensitive, this issue, right? So I didn't do a clinical ethnography, and I did there were illness narratives, but it was all people who were involved in activism, and the participant observation was activists. So it's behind the scenes, they would tell me the psychological stuff. But then some people were like, you can't talk at the rally because you're going to talk about psychogenic stuff. And so there's internal debate as well. In terms of the sex and sexuality thing, oh yeah, I also want to acknowledge, it's just a Cartesian split, with the issue that you're talking about, the mind-body. It's very Western, right? But yeah, to move to Rachel's question about sex and sexuality, in the chapter, I also talk about how CFS was called heterosexual AIDS by the HIV denialist magazine, New York Native. So I actually talk about the ambivalent orientations of CFS. And honestly, both their ideological explanations were tied to sexual orientation. You have poppers and gay sex on the one hand, in this moment, right? When people really thought that AIDS could be caused by poppers. So it was it's because it's poppers, it's something gay men do, that's just the thing. And then for yuppie white women, it was well, you're doing the double shift, you're doing unpaid labor and paid labor. This is the professionalization, bourgeois white women are entering the professional classes, in ways never seen before in the 1970s, so I contextualize it in that as well. Like, of course you're tired. You have to do housework and you have to do paid labor. So in both, right, essentially a patient profile that does have sexual orientation involved. That's something I'm really trying to say, is that people talk about gender, people talk about race, but I actually think like sexuality and queerness plays a role here too. And I also think in queer communities it's very different, the understanding of Western biomedicine. It's all for the second book.
All right, so we are at time. We can continue these conversations informally. So let's thank our panelists.
I just had a quick announcement to make about lunch. So we're going to reconvene at 1:15. And if you're interested in just staying on campus for lunch, you can just go due east of here, and the math science complex has a whole food court. I'm trying to remember the exact name of it. I wrote it down. It is the Court of Sciences Student Center. Officially, but it's known as the bomb shelter. Yeah, and it's just due east of here. Okay, that was an amazing panel. Thank you all so much.
everyone. Can I invite everyone to come back into the hall and take a seat? We're about to begin with our afternoon session. So go ahead and grab your coffee and what other refreshments you need, and come join us back here. Okay, so I am going to, I'm just going to hand it over to Nick Shapiro to start our next panel and to give the name of the panel. Because, do you have it?
Yeah. Is it illness and activism? Sure. Is Liza here?
The slides are preloaded.
Is Liza here online? Is Liza?
Yes, Liza is on. She'll magically appear.
Okay. Fantastic. Well, thank you everyone for coming. I think is this not working? Hello everyone. Thanks for coming back after lunch. We're going to be speaking this afternoon about illness and activism, and we have three wonderful panelists that I will introduce sequentially and not up the front. I'm Nick Shapiro. I've been researching environmental. There we go. The audio is clicking in now. Should I repeat that? Did anyone? Okay. No? I'm gonna start from. Keep going. I feel like the people online might not have heard if I don't do that. I'm going to start over. Welcome back. This afternoon, we're going to be discussing on this panel illness and activisms, plural, at least, probably. And we have two in-person panelists as well as one remote panelist. My name is Nick Shapiro. I'm an assistant professor here in the life sciences at something called the Institute for Society and Genetics. And I've been doing multidisciplinary research on environmental illness and environmental sensitivities and injustices for about a decade now. So I'm very excited to be learning from our panelists today. We're going to begin with our remote panelist, calling in likely from the vicinity of Davis, California. Dr. Liza Grandia, pronouns she, her. She's been working across collaborations from the academy with communities, both in the United States and also in the Mayan lowlands of northern Guatemala and Belize for at least 3 decades. She has been working on indigenous sovereignty issues, environmental issues, social issues, agrarian justice movements, and since 2005, she's been coordinating a network of indigenous scholars. She's been working with a peasant organization called ACDIP, and she joined the Native American Studies Department at UC Davis in 2017, I believe, perhaps earlier. The bio is ambiguous. And she's been particularly making moves into environmental toxicology and environmental epidemiology based upon her Mellon Foundation New Directions grant that she got in 2017 that allowed her to take time out of her research to retrain in environmental toxicology and epidemiology. She is a survivor of cancer, long COVID, and chemical injuries resulting in multiple chemical sensitivities. And I think we're all honored to start with Dr. Grandia. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for that introduction. Is the sound okay? Can folks hear me? Yes. Yeah. Great. Up front, I really want to thank my friend Rachel Lee, whose last conference on chemical entanglements is what brought me out of the chemical closet and began me in earnest on this activist journey in telling my personal story and more than you probably ever wanted to know about carpet. Because carpet, a sick building at my first university, contributed to an aggressive cancer that struck me my second semester on tenure track. And so as a book worker for whom chemical exposures cause brain fog, I was once really ashamed of how carpet affected my cognition. As neoliberalism encourages us to do, I put the blame on myself. Until I attended a presidential panel on cancer, and someone outside handed me a brochure talking about chemical injury. This was back in 2009. For that particular occupational health battle at my university, it was too late. I had apologized too much for my sensitivities, and I lost. Clark University refused to pay the $50,000 needed to renovate our building. So in a literal way, it was publish or perish. And I was lucky to land on my feet out in California at UC Davis in 2012. But as told in this chronicle, just as soon as I got settled here in California, another sick building caused by a botched renovation, again connected to carpet glue, became my limbic kindling moment that triggered multiple chemical sensitivities far beyond carpet. So I realized I couldn't keep running, and I needed to put some organic chemistry where my mouth was. I mean, I really want to be back in the rainforest, but somehow the universe gave me carpet. And so I spent a year studying toxicology to raise awareness about the chemical Anthropocene, or that's how I framed it. So the concept of the Anthropocene, right, reclassified the 20th century and beyond as a new geological epoch in which humans, not glaciers, are fundamentally altering the planet. And we now have a frenzy of academic literature about how capitalism inflamed the atmosphere, and a lot of collaborative science about the complex question of our collective carbon footprint and how to keep average warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius to keep the Arctic from falling apart. But MCS is also a fossil fuel story. Carpet is nothing but oil. Chemists cracked and assembled petroleum distillates into hundreds of thousands of synthetic compounds over the 20th century for consumer products that have never been tested. But like climate change, this is a slow violence creeping up on us and unfolding at the limits of scientific knowledge, silently and incrementally transforming everyone's emotions, cognition, chances of a long life, and even our fundamental ability to reproduce. And like climate change, our children will have to deal with heritable epigenetic changes into the future. But unlike climate change, we have no comparably clear metrics about how our chemical footprints beyond which bodies start to fall apart. You know, we live in this stew of chemicals, and there's a sort of fatalism about it. But I think somehow, as Greta Thunberg did for climate, we have to find a way to get people to panic about everyday toxicity and recognize that it's not just the planet that's burning, but that our bodies are burning up with inflammation. And I highly recommend this gorgeously written book by Raj Patel and MD Rupa Maria. The epidemiological clues are all there. The bodies are piling up. A disturbing study out just last week, cancer diagnoses in people under 50 are up 80%. You know, back when I was diagnosed, I was an oddity, but now it's not so strange to be diagnosed with cancer under 50. But whether asthma, cancer, or other chronic illness, it's clear that communities of color bear disproportionate burdens. But the mainstream media, by and large, still ignores those racialized patterns of chemical assault. I mean, I think it's because the privileged somehow enjoy a mistaken schadenfreude. Oh, how horrible. Woe is unto them, but thank goodness it's not me. So somehow we have to strike fear in the privileged that the cancer reaper can come for them too. So, you know, I keep a file of carpet CEOs, billionaires, and politicians for whom cancer reaper has also appeared. Steve Jobs, Sam Walton, Paul Allen, David Koch, John McCain, Beau Biden, and so on. I also began telling my environmental justice stories differently. As Native American political prisoner Leonard Peltier put it, the injustice you allow against others becomes the injustice that comes against you. So as a tactical strategy, I began tracing point source pollution back through consumer chains to how it unfolds and contaminates and places a body burden on the general public. So case in point, the circle of poison and pesticides research. The US legally exports pesticides banned here in the United States, but sends them to the global south. But of course, those chemicals return to us as residues on imported food. I don't think I have time to go down the rabbit chain of chlorpyrifos, but it's a very interesting insecticide because it connects MCS to farm workers and to environmental justice struggles in the global South. And so my next book is going to be about what I call charismatic chemicals, those chemicals that have a decent body of literature around them that raise doubts about the other 100,000 chemicals in commerce about which we have no scientific study. But I also began, besides these looped case studies, I also began looking into cases where the risk experts themselves fell ill. I became particularly obsessed with the EPA case in which a fifth of their workforce was sickened by new carpet and about 50 became permanently disabled with chemical sensitivities. Those hit hardest were, ironically, the inspectors in the hazardous waste division. People who were fine visiting some of the most toxic sites in the country, but were wasted by their own office building. So while not ordinary environmental justice subjects, I began to follow other cases where the extremely able-bodied soldiers, firefighters, other frontline workers sickened by unnatural disasters, the World Trade Center, the Exxon Valdez, the BP oil spill, Gulf War syndrome, right? There are a wonderful set of interviews in this book by Kroll, Smith, and Floyd, and another by Peter Radetsky of dentists, chemical engineers, building contractors, Army colonels, and so on. And then there are the stories of the medical doctors themselves who became allergic to the 20th century, like heart surgeon William Ray, who, triggered by anesthesia in his own operating room, eventually became homeless because of his chemical sensitivities. Once he got well enough to begin to open up his own clinic and begin treating patients, he began to document how chemical products were causing blood clotting problems. I mean, this was his expertise. And I think it's research we might return to and understanding some connections with the microclotting that's happening with people with long COVID. Now, Claudia Miller collaborated with a lot of those early occupational studies, and her revolutionary concept of TILT, toxicant-induced lack of tolerance, that was described in the panel in the morning, is what's begun to help me to convince scientists to join my cause. Folks who might not describe themselves as sensitive, but identify with the idea that they had become tilted by chemical exposure over time in their own laboratories. And we also have to thank civil engineer Ann Steinemann, as Kelsey Kim noted in the morning panel, who has documented conclusively the growing number of people diagnosed with MCS in her mass surveys over 4 countries, but also that a full half of respondents would prefer fragrance-free spaces. So if you are struggling with a stinky situation, her articles are all open access, and her essential message is, we are the silent majority. I have created a shorter, with her permission, a shorter version of her survey to carry out at UC Davis to have hard data to convince my administrators about more structural changes on campus, but I'm happy to share it with anyone who might want to replicate it on your own campus. At UC Davis, for years, I suffered in silence. Then I put on my syllabus, I politely asked students to abstain, and then I started explaining how it might affect their health. And the fragrances in my lecture hall went down palpably. Then there was this kid that came to my office hours, and out of respect for me, he said, Professor Grandia, I stopped wearing cologne on Tuesdays and Thursdays and noticed I could think more clearly. And he stopped wearing it entirely and went off his ADHD meds. It turns out he didn't have a problem concentrating. He just had a bad case of body aches. So at that point, to help other people recognize what was happening to them, I decided to not only come out of the chemical closet, but to be flamboyantly out. So my Professor Canary debut was at UC Davis's annual spring picnic. And I noticed when I canvassed passersby and said, come learn about the hazards of fragrance, I got very few takers from my brochure that I'm also happy to share. But when I started hollering, did you know that body axe might be axing your sperm count? They stopped and they took my brochure. So yes, sperm counts have gone down by 60%. So when I speak to Rotary clubs and beyond, I am more than willing to hit below the belt and talk about endocrine disruption. This is all pretty grim stuff. So I also try to use some humor, right? to help insert these messages to get past the blockages that people put up and the denial. And in the pandemic, I even got a couple of canaries in the great pet adoption, one named Bernie, because, you know, he looks like Bernie Sanders. But also because Bernie believed us. After he learned that one of his constituents' families had been induced with MCS from carpet, he called for a house investigation of the carpet industry. And when the chemical industry was trying to paint us as psychosomatic, he got a definition of MCS written into the congressional record. And he's continued being an advocate for veterans suffering from Gulf War syndrome. You know, he's one of our miners, taking care of the canaries and standing up to those who own the mine. So as I explored the canary metaphor, to my own surprise, the death of mining canaries proved more urban legend than actual proletarian history. Miners cared dutifully, even lovingly, for their occupational pets. The canaries were housed in these sophisticated resealable cages with oxygen bottles to resuscitate them after they fainted, which gave the miners 20 minutes warning to get out, but then they could be reused. So I began to look for my metaphorical miners, allies with whom I could work. For example, an older male tilted toxicologist who accompanies me to key meetings and at the end says, yep, she knows what she's talking about. She has the science right. And so ideally, this is a scientist with a capital S, because all of us who are chronically ill have had to become citizen scientists or to understand what's happening to us, or what I call embodied canary science. And I began to win my battles. My daughter's school district, UC Davis, my professional anthropology association, getting Roundup banned, no carpet flooring policies, fragrance-free cleaning chemicals, reforms in pesticide policies, air filters, and so on. So besides just a tenacity from the desperation of realizing that I just physically can't move again or change jobs, I first refused to be accommodated. You know, they'd say, Professor Grandia, oh, we'll change the chemicals and cleaning chemicals in your building. And I just retort, what about the pregnant graduate students on the rest of the campus? And so on. Gaslighting, right? It happens. And from a difficult marriage that I got out of, I learned that narcissists will never change. And so I've also retreated from some battles and waited until I could find someone who believed me. You know, if you don't succeed, try again. I played the long game in many cases. The school board was gaslighting our community. And so we organized and voted them out. But so not to get all Brene Brown on you, but I have found that there is power in vulnerability. And I guess finally I will note that I never, ever, ever write in jargon, even in my academic articles, which I think is a lot of a problem with our academic literature on this subject. Unfortunately, just as I was gaining momentum on a lot of activist fronts, ready to go for the jugular, the carpet industry, and scale up my victories through legislation here in California, I live just half an hour from the California Assembly. I was struck a third time in April 2020 with long COVID, infected by my ex-husband. I spent 2 years flat on my back, but this time I had some healing modalities and knowledge about the importance of fighting inflammation. From my experiences with cancer and MCS, plus the brilliant canary science that emerged in this pandemic and what we're all doing in the chat rooms, the Slack channels, the Twitter feeds, the Facebook groups that have become our consciousness raising circles, and include an amazing cross-section of doctors and epidemiologists also struck down by long COVID. Increasingly, I am tracking what this means for our children, because, you know, everybody loves their children. But metaphorically, our society likes to think of children as resilient. And, you know, a corporal punishment has fallen from fashion. Its 21st century iteration might be something like spare the plastic, spoil the child. They'll be okay. A little manicure won't hurt a tween. Or amazingly, you know, people who purposefully are exposing their kids to COVID to, quote, toughen up their immune systems, which is absolutely not true. Besides the risk of multi-system inflammatory syndrome, sounds a lot like MCS. COVID causes in children T-cell exhaustion, leaving them more vulnerable to other illnesses, inflammation that puts them at risk for life, for cancer and MCS. So if you are battling a school situation, this is an essential text by MD Doris Rapp that's out of print, but that you can get easily on Amazon, with terrific arguments about how school districts can save money with better indoor air quality by lowering absenteeism and by, frankly, not disabling more children. So I tried to make some lemonade out of my life's lemons, but I pray to God I don't have a fourth calamity. And if my health holds up, I hope to find a mainstream publisher in 2024 to write a personal book about my own Canary cures. I like to quip, you don't have to be Gwyneth Paltrow to detox. And I welcome your feedback and ideas in the meanwhile. Thanks.
Thank you so much for the powerful way to start off this panel. And it's now my honor to introduce Mads Lay, who is a PhD student in information studies here at UCLA, studying how Vietnamese Americans articulate illness, disability, and caretaking practices across multiple generations to understand how militarism and migration shape how we live in and with toxicity. Mads is also the Viet Rainbow Orange County's board chair, where Mads supported the development of their oral history program and project. Please take the floor.
Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, great. Should I take off my mask or anything? Okay, sure. I'll do it in the case that anyone needs lip reading. So hi, everyone. My name is Mads Lay. Thank you, everyone, so much. And I think just for context, this is very much coming out of the writing and development of my dissertation proposal. That is very much in process, but so yeah, thank you. So chronic possibilities, living in and with toxicity. During a routine medical checkup in 2017, the physician asked me about my medical history, to which I responded with reciting the story, a precautionary tale of sorts, about the numerous deaths on my paternal side of the family due to various forms of cancer, neurological diseases, and other chronic illnesses. My physician responded that a handful of her Vietnamese patients with similar medical histories often refer to their geographical relationship to areas affected by Agent Orange. To my knowledge, my family had never openly or privately registered this as a past possibility. My family's medical history sits within the memories of scattered family members, particularly women in my family, as opposed to documented medical or historical findings. So speculation, genetic inheritance, lingering mentions, preventative care, reminders, and cautionary accounts of great-aunts who are named alongside the forms of cancer they died from and the diseases that they have allegedly passed down to their daughters, aka my aunts, became my sites of interrogation and points of departure. After that lingering mention at the doctor's office, it became nearly impossible to disassociate this possibility from my genetic inheritance. However, after asking my own mother around its potentiality, she stated that it's impossible, in quotes, for our family to have been exposed in any way. Following these lines of thinking, I examined how Vietnamese families discuss and story illness as it materializes alongside rhetorical and political, quote, impossibility and or unaffectability and experiences of disability such as chronic illnesses. This paper builds upon existing research and theorizations on disentangling the politics of reasonable exposure, such as Shannon Cram, and concepts of crib time, such as in reference to Alison Kafer, Eun Jung Kim, and Grayson Brillmeyer. To delineate a broader teleology on exposure possibilities and disabled temporalities as inextricably tied to U.S. empire building, particularly amongst Vietnamese refugee Americans. To do so, my paper theorizes how oral histories create a dialogical space for Vietnamese refugee Americans to articulate what I come to understand as chronic possibilities. This paper tends to the concept of chronic in two ways: chronic in its temporal definitions as well as in its medicalized definition. So chronic possibilities is a concept developing the texture, developing concept that textures our personal oral histories with attention to historically situating possibilities of exposure to recontextualize how we, as people living in and with toxicity, can talk about medical histories holistically in relationship to our militarized environments. Let's see. I'll go here just in case, yeah. So adjacently, when thinking about discourses of toxic exposure in Vietnamese historical lexicons, we tend to think about war-based chemical exposures, such as Agent Orange. In this delineation, the broader public restricts their capacity to relate to the victims, the effects, and the lands, and in turn, leave the work of repair, rehabilitation, and remediation to those with material power, such as policymakers, humanitarian-based NGOs, and grassroots initiatives, rather than consider the existing, interdependent, everyday work of those who tend to relief and care management of these growing list of chronically ever possible conditions. However, what chronic possibilities as a framework offers is the ability to expand our capacity to situate environments, traumas, and histories of and with the U.S. empire as a series of disabling possibilities embedded in our lineages, rather than singular, seemingly identifiable moments of toxic exposure. In doing so, I'm able to materially document how adjacent models of care offer sustained daily form, or how to materially document how adjacent models of care offer sustained and daily forms of care. While listening to oral histories with Vietnamese, okay, I'll go back here for a second. Here. While listening to oral histories with Vietnamese women from UCLA's OHEI collection and UCI's Vietnamese American Oral History collection, they all mention an array of sensibilities and moments that I choose to read and name as chronic possibilities. In these moments, I'm registering that when asked about sickness, whether in regard to the self or the family, the storing of that illness is always surrounded by the storing of how this sickness might have emerged and the care practices necessary to maintain the lives and livelihoods of those who are or were sick. In trying to continue building upon chronic possibilities as a theoretical framework, to read Vietnamese refugee American life histories as a part of our medical and political histories, I hope to signal how exposure emerges in Vietnamese life historiography, even when circumstances seem obvious or even in cases innocuously dissonant. For context, each of the oral histories I engage with were suggested to me as starting points in my developing research because these narrators have all identified themselves as health and care workers in the Vietnamese refugee American community, particularly here in California. Additionally, each of these oral history interviews mention a family member's symptomatic and treatment experiences with regard to early cancer diagnoses or chronic illness, and then the kinds of care they needed to develop and refine to care for their families or family members. To start, Bích Linh and Thu Nguyen and Thu Nguyen's VAOHP oral history, which is the Vietnamese American oral history, offers an opening to consider how chronic possibilities temporally and historically construes how knowledge on sickness and its origins might not be as clear or readily identifiable. Meanwhile, Tu Quoc and Tran Wills from the OHEI interviews through UCLA offer another opening to situate how the storing on occupational-related exposures, sicknesses, and treatments are also a part of these historical exposures. Collectively, these oral histories showcase seemingly dissonant experiences of sickness, but when read together actually allow someone like myself to hold the sickness experience across many bodies and many locations while still tethered to a broader experience of militarization, forced migration, and resettlement conditions. So I turned to Bích Linh's story in VAOHP. So that's her. And this is all pulled from their repository through Calisphere. So I turned to Bích Linh Nguyen's story in VAOHP. Her oral history spans across her childhood in Vietnam, to her education, to becoming a pharmacist, to leaving Vietnam as a young adult, and then finally resettling and becoming an oncologist in the US. At the time that this oral history was conducted, Bích Linh was a Vietnamese oncologist working in Fountain Valley, and as far as I'm aware, she's still practicing oncologist in Orange County, California. However, what I want to call attention to is a moment in Bích Linh's story during her adolescence, when she was still 18 years old in Vietnam and attending to her mother's cancer diagnosis. Throughout this recollection, Bicklin mentions that this was 1972, that her mother's job had previously been a drug rep, where she was, quote, she was far away for her trips to other cities or provinces to sell drugs, you know, like pharmaceuticals. She also shares that her mother was diagnosed with cancer at 38 years old, and that her mother actually shared a bed with another young woman with cancer who was only 29 years old, and that this 29-year-old woman actually died in the same bed as her mother. While reading and listening to the ways in which these experiences are enmeshed in the memory and storing of Bicklin's mother's illness, I'm also thinking about how 1972 was the year after Operation Ranch Hand had ended, wherein during this military program's deployment, there was, quote, an additional quantity of 1.6 million gallons that has been documented of herbicides was applied to base perimeters, roadways, and communication lines by helicopter and surface spraying from riverboats, trucks, or backpacks, end quote. In aligning Bicklin's personal history alongside U.S. military histories, I'm able to use chronic possibilities as a framework to congeal the historical and material realities in which many Vietnamese refugee Americans are elided but might not have always be uttered amongst each other. Even if Bicklin felt that she didn't really, she says this, quote, didn't really live the war like people in the countryside would experience, end quote. This kind of dissonant recognition is important to register in that the U.S. canonically obscures and reshapes how violence of war visually imprints itself within the refugee Vietnamese American memory. The idea that war was seemingly distant for those in larger cities such as Saigon showcases, or Ho Chi Minh City, showcases the U.S.'s multifaceted military strategy is one that reproduces violence in innocuous ways. Moreover, that's not to say that this particular moment indexes like a clear point of departure, but that I'm just calling attention into focus how exposure was and is ever possible when living under and with conditions inherently shaped by U.S. war and imperial intervention. And just for also clarity, I was really drawn to Bicklin's narrative in this particular moment because it's this very, very similar to what my mom also similarly articulates about her memory of the war as well, but as a child. So next I turn to Tu Quoc and Tran Wells' oral histories from OHEI, who both detail and situate their lives here in the US, and as life histories of and on occupational exposures within the nail salon industry. To contextualize the relationship between nail salon work and Vietnamese resettlement, Adelphi Pham's documentary Nailed It, which came out in 2019, interrogates this seemingly ubiquitous relationship to reveal that Tippi Hedren, an American actress revered for her roles in 1960s films, so if you've ever watched Hitchcock's The Birds or Marnie, was doing, so Tran Wells, this is her research in the process of creating her film, or Adele Pham, I'm sorry, was doing humanitarian work where she was running a program for 20 Vietnamese refugee women to resettle them in the US. She got the idea to get her personal manicurist, Dusty Coots, to come to the refugee camp in Northern California and teach these women how to do a manicure as it would be done in Beverly Hills. By historicizing the nail salon industry as a humanitarian resettlement strategy intended to ready Vietnamese refugees for the American workforce, I'm able to constellate the illnesses accompanied by this work as illnesses linked to the U.S.'s neoliberal transactional gift of a better life, so long as refugees can be mobilized into a productive citizenship. So with that being said, I find it imperative to situate Tu's and Tran's story within this lineage of Vietnamese women who have been impacted by chronic illness and histories of exposure, because their stories collectively expand the capacity for relation through experiences of sickness through another point of possibility, one that is historically and chronically tied to resettlement. So for example, let's see, Tran critically shares how neoliberal resettlement practices coalesces and materializes in her life as it relates to so many other Vietnamese Americans in the nail industry. And I tend to use a lot of big block quotes when working with oral history just because I feel like they tend to speak for themselves. So she says, our parents sacrifice a lot to do that job. Still, Vietnamese Americans and immigrants sacrifice a lot to do these jobs that they know are harmful. Now, unfortunately, a lot of them are sick from working so much and not really connecting the dots of these products that were making them sick. Even just headaches. You shouldn't be having headaches every day. She would never have a headache when she wasn't working, so that right there was proof. If she had a day off, she wouldn't have a headache. I don't have to be a scientist to know that. That's probably why. It's probably, or it's because she wasn't in a salon filled with chemical and fumes. So even though exposure can be localized to specific instances in transoral history, the act of tethering occupational exposure to the broader experiences of Vietnamese Americans and employment as integral to resettlement in the US illuminates how such layered violences come together in our daily lives, making it difficult to identify such harm. Additionally, in Tu's response to how her mother's work affected her personal life and her trajectory toward her profession and eventually the challenges of health policy advocacy, she stated, "As a researcher, I think it is harmful the way the industry has been set up. There's a lack of oversight by any regulatory powers to actually penalize manufacturers when they are putting in chemicals that are harmful. Basically, they can put in anything they want. The really hard piece is that the onus is put on researchers and the workforce members to prove harm." And then, apologies, that was that quote. So as a part of Tu's process in finding proof, she retrospectively understands her mother's headaches, lung cancer, and eventual death. I index this moment as one that articulates a condition of chronic possibility because she must contend with the fact that her mother was one of many Vietnamese nail salon workers experiencing these same ongoing conditions and still into this present. So here, Tu attends to the exacting ways that the US nation state's determination of safety, i.e. safe until proven to be unsafe, is never strictly a technical determination, but a balancing between the technical and what is considered politically and economically a necessity to maintain flows of capital. Proof, then, is that which obstructs the industry and manufacturers' capital flow. Overall, these two oral histories trace the complicated ways in which the US empire entangles and manufactures autonomy as a means to reproduce ableist logics of necessary, quote, toxic exposure as a principle and necessity in maintaining American life. It's also important to note that these instantiations of proof of harm emerge in Agent Orange exposure as well, and that one is required to prove harm in order to receive care. So lastly, I turn to Thu Nguyen's oral history from VAOHP. Thu Nguyen self-identifies as a 1.5 generation. She also received her MPH and PhD here at UCLA's public health program and is currently professor at Asian American Studies, Cal State Fullerton. Her oral history spans from blurry early childhood memories in Vietnam to her family's transition to refugeehood to her eventual resettlement and ongoing life in the US. Just as Thu Nguyen began to share her growing involvement with cancer research at UCLA and her relationship to cancer, she also interspersed this moment with clarifying that she was that this was an uncle that sponsored her family to the US, which for me duly registered that the story of her uncle's illness must also be understood alongside her memory of migration. She says, "This was during the time also when my family was going through, various people were getting cancers. And I remember my uncle from Virginia, the one who had sponsored my family over to Virginia, had passed away a couple of years before I started grad school from lung cancer. So returning to my original formulation on chronic possibilities, I consider this memory as a moment in which Thu Nguyen is attempting to make sense of her relationship to chronic illness, her uncle, their collective migration, and then the emerging research on the dire health conditions across Southeast Asian refugee diaspora through her cancer research at UCLA. And then additionally, entangled in these memories of her uncle, Thu Nguyen goes on to expand upon Vietnamese understandings of illness as punishment and karma, which also comes up in Bích Liên oral history as well. And so in sharing some of these taboos around being a cancer survivor as something you hide it, it's a curse, it's something you understand as death, and that the Vietnamese community have a lot of false perceptions about treatment. The notion that life is foreclosed and death is now predetermined by extant conditions mirrors the same kinds of rhetoric that Thuy Linh Nguyen Tu associates with Agent Orange exposure in her new book, Experiments in Skin. So that in the mere act of identifying, diagnosing, and declaring diagnosis is not only understood as chronic, but it's also terminal. For the Vietnamese community, chronic possibility expresses itself in two ways. One, recognizing the possibility of a chronic diagnosis and or presumed exposure essentially means death. It means that there's a foreclosure in any possibility of a normal life, living, and or the option to die naturally or on one's own terms. Two, there is a foreclosure on heteronormative reproductions of life and that the ability to bear healthy, non-disabled, non-chronically ill children is no longer viable, which is to say that any form of disabled or chronically ill life is not livable. In other words, rather than understanding disability studies frameworks and nuanced considerations on how to provide quality of life as and for someone disabled, these predeterminations are predicated on eugenic ideologies. Disability and chronic illness equates loss of autonomy as manifested by the state's treatment and care or lack thereof. So to close, while doing my analysis, I kept returning to the memory that propelled Beeklin's interest. Oh, sorry about that. I forgot to. Yeah. Kept returning to this memory that propelled Beeklin's interest in pursuing a job in the medical field, a moment that she cites as the impetus in becoming an oncologist. People ask me why I became an oncologist, and part of it is because that short experience in doing her mother's treatment for cancer. Prior to that, of course, being a 38-year-old, when she had the symptoms, she never thought it was cancer, and then she did and never talked to me about it. Back then, and even now, I don't think she wants to talk about it. And she was taking some pills, and that was supposed to treat cancer, not that I knew about it at that time. I just knew the name of it, and later on when I heard about, that's why she knew, she was in denial. And finally, because of the location of cancer, she could not pretend that it was nothing. She had to get treatment. So what's poignant about this excerpt from Beeklin's is that it exemplifies all four narrators' impetus to enter their profession as one that can respond to the desire to care for their family members under uncertain yet ever possible conditions. Although two in trans life history specifically detail their personal trajectories as nail salon worker advocates, their stories are inextricably tied to Beeklin's and Thu Nguyen's in that they respectively and collectively entered these professions as responses to seemingly imperceptible U.S. state disavowals of care and responsibility towards the Vietnamese refugee American community and the production of violence embedded in our historical and genetic lineages. Threads of uncertainty move across each illness narrative to propel each storyteller into professions that try to make sense of seemingly innocuous or dissonant symptoms to locate or produce state-sanctioned documentations of proof as forms of care under U.S. empire. More than that, these Vietnamese women work to breach state-sanctioned processes of proof to reveal that, one, a necessary practice of the imperial state is its institutional archives mission to evade responsibility and recognition of harm, and two, essential to community-based practices living under empire is constructing adjacent systems of care that materially attend to our care needs. So to kind of close again, to further situate this growing list of stories, literatures, and community members documenting and dictating illness, sickness, diagnoses from across Vietnamese and Southeast Asian diaspora, Jim Lee notes that the illness memoir signals a dramatic shift toward taking seriously the need to desire not only to write about diseased and disabled bodies, but that these bodies might desire something more than to be healthy and not disabled. Building upon this, Thu Nguyen, one of the oral history storytellers, recognizes that a part of the model minority myth is being healthy, which signals this shift. Ultimately, through these women, I'm able to hold their stories as ones oriented towards a future that understands sickness within empire as a chronic possibility, and that we must continue tending to building infrastructures that center the forms of care that understand sickness and disability as collective experiences. Thank you.
Thank you, Mads, for that conceptually and empirically insightful presentation. And I think we're able to pivot to this final presentation of this panel by way of some of the threads from both the first talk and the second talk, merging the occupational exposures of knowledge workers and nail workers to think about the importance of the worker in exposure and activism. So Vanessa Barba, pronounced she, her, has organized workers from a variety of industries, primarily immigrants and low-wage workers, against wage theft and health and safety violations. Vanessa's experience as an organizer includes drafting legislation, leading advocacy campaigns, and ensuring enforcement and implementation of grassroots policy successes. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Again, I'm Vanessa. I'm with the California Domestic Workers Coalition, and I want to share with you all about our campaign that we've been hosting, pushing, advancing since 2020. Do I just push the arrow? Yes. Okay. So I like to start this conversation usually. I say the words health and safety 600 times a day, but I think that those words carry different meaning, right, to different people. So sometimes people think we're talking about healthcare, winning healthcare, or once an injury happens in a workplace, thinking about like workers' comp or something like that. But this is about occupational health and safety, and in the terms I'll be using a lot, right, will be OSHA. So that's the agency that enforces. In California would be Cal OSHA. Many states have that agency, and it also exists at a federal level. And their job is to tell workers about risks that would be present, provide them either training or protective equipment so that they could mitigate that risk, eliminate the risk, and then also be available for workers to file claims to try to eliminate the risk. So domestic workers are the only workers who are not covered by OSHA, both federally and at the state level. And so domestic worker, also to define that, are workers, working in a private household, doing work like gardening, nannying, private home care attendants, personal attendants, and house cleaners. So much of the work that they're doing is work that parallels other industries, right, like janitorial or healthcare, but even though it's the same work, they don't have the same protections as their counterparts because it is happening in the home. So our coalition, we're statewide. We organize, organizations across the state to both expand and enforce the rights of, in California, an estimated 300,000 people work in private homes, are domestic workers, and the majority of them are immigrants from Latin America and the Philippines. In California, of course, who does domestic work changes in different states. So most are women of color, and this is like non-unionized workers. This is not IHSS, in-home supportive services, something like that. This is workers who have one-on-one relationships with their employers, and it ties into we'll get into it, but a lot of different systemic things around, right, that women's reproductive labor in the house not being valued, also systemic racism, and all of those things work together to allow this exclusion to remain. So I'll start from the top of what kind of led us to this campaign. So in 2018 and 2019, California had, the worst wildfire seasons that we've seen. So both in Sonoma and then in Southern California, that was, this is Malibu. When Malibu, we saw the horses on the beach and all that, people evacuated. During this time, many of the workers that we organized, particularly house cleaners, were being asked to stay behind in evacuated zones and tend to animals or, afterwards come back and clean in, still the smoke, clean up the toxic ash, do all of that without any protective equipment. So, of course, that led to a lot of workers developing respiratory issues, among other things. Just, obviously this is not good for anyone. And I think a lot of people will ask us, like, well, why would they do this? Why would they stay in an evacuated zone? And of course, it's because of economic need, right? Choosing between not providing for your family or doing something that is bad for you. A lot of workers do make that sacrifice. And so when this happened, we began having conversations about, what could we do? Could we pursue legislation that maybe makes it illegal for somebody to have to work in an evacuated zone? And we decided that those things were really just Band-Aid solutions, because the root of it was that they don't have any occupational health and safety protections. So we began our campaign in 2020, and throughout the years, this is a really important point that we bring up to the forefront often, is the fact that this exclusion, since 1938, that's when the National Labor Relations Act was passed, and that creates a lot of things that all workers consider basic, like 8-hour workday, having a lunch break, no child labor, things like that. But in order to pass those rights, at that time, Southern Democrats required that this carve-out be made. So at this time, in the country, the workers who were primarily doing domestic work were Black women. And so the exclusion was made. And this exclusion was both in agriculture and in domestic work. We're always fighting to kind of catch up to where other workers are and what's considered basic rights. And that is because, agriculture and the household work were the two sectors of work that people enslaved in this country were doing. And the fact that now this workforce is primarily immigrant, all these things work together again to maintain this exclusion. So we start our campaign in 2020, and within 2 weeks, I think, after that is when the pandemic began. This is some statistics from a report that we did with the UC Davis Environmental Health Services Center. And, it has some stats around domestic workers having 3 times higher infection risk than other people in California. Pretty much no masks, no risk info, no social distancing. And not only are they working, particularly in providing like home care, that's very close work, right? Very intimate work. Also, because of the fear of exposure, things like that, house cleaners are being asked to work with like stronger chemicals, disinfect things, all of that. And in this period, then, because of what an exclusion actually looks like tangibly then, is that they're the only workers who don't have the right to know that they're going to be exposed when they go into work. They don't have the right to PPE, personal protective equipment, social distancing, anything. So the rates of exposure then are much higher. And, the reason that this is layered importance is also because, again, the workforce is primarily immigrant and undocumented. Then they don't count on health insurance and unemployment insurance and all of the social net. So prevention, having this level of prevention is then, extra important. So I wanted to add some of this, and that every year when we are pursuing campaigns, there's the goal, of course, of passing the law, but then we also have a variety of other goals, including, building our political power, strengthening our alliance in terms of what other sectors we're working with, what other movements, educating legislators. This is work that is so isolated and, outside of the public eye. So a lot of that is educating both legislators and the public around the realities of domestic work and, trying to change the narrative too about it being real work, and creating access to legislative processes for communities that, of course, have not historically had the knowledge to engage with this system and, advocate for the laws that most impact their lives. So in 2020, that's the first year of our Health and Safety for All Workers Act campaign. And again, we're trying to end this exclusion from OSHA. And even though we made it through the whole year with legislative support, we're meeting with the whole, House of Representatives, the Senate here in California. Everyone's very supportive, often bipartisan support, never any registered opposition. We reach the end, and Governor Newsom vetoes our bill, so it does not get signed. And in his veto message, he cites essentially that he believes that protecting the privacy of, private property being more important, and really harmful language around almost like the home not being a workplace, which then is also problematic because there are other rights. It's a slippery slope. Like if it's not a real workplace, then it kind of undermines the work that we've already done to enforce the minimum wage and overtime and all the sort of other realm of workers' rights issues that, of course, exist as well in the industry. And he really used employers as the scapegoat. He said it would be too burdensome for employers to know, like, how to create a safe workplace in their home and things like that. And I'll just add, we do in our work consistently, everything that we do is both workers and employers. So our movement, I think, is pretty unique in that way compared to other worker movements that, we're around. So we go back in 2021, same bill, and he says he's going to veto it again. So we amend the bill and we create an advisory committee that then in the next year, 2022, this committee, it's made up of occupational health and safety experts. It's actually moderated by UC Berkeley Labor Occupational Health Program, and we're meeting with OSHA, the state labor department, with workers and employers, and we're creating guidelines. What the guidelines are the way that every other industry has them. For example, in this case, it would be like toxic cleaning chemicals, ways to reduce the hazard or eliminate it, really spelling out all of the common hazards and creating guidelines for workers and employers to be safe. But these are voluntary, that's the key word. And then also policy recommendations. So this committee in the end created, very long, thorough documents outlining all of the hazards, and then the number one policy recommendation, of course, was just to end this exclusion and to provide health and safety rights. And the fact that they are still voluntary health and safety guidelines, that just means that it relies on the goodwill of the employer, right? So even if a worker knows, that cleaning with bleach, putting bleach on your hands or something like that, they don't want to do that. They have rashes or they have asthma. They can tell their employer that, but if the employer does not want to accommodate that, then they don't have to do that. This is just a summary of, again, who was on that committee that did that work. So then we come back the next year, in 2023, this year, yes. And let me switch. So we come back and we run the campaign again, and sorry, one second. We run the campaign again, and this was definitely our best year in terms of, now this is our 4th year of advocating for an end to this exclusion. So we have more support, we have more workers sharing testimonies, bigger alliances, more research, all of that, more media coverage, national pressures, things like that. And along the way, we're really, since the beginning, started focusing more on Gavin Newsom, because we saw that the legislature was not an issue. The legislature all understands and has been really supportive all of the years. So at the beginning, what we were doing was like focus first on the Senate, then focus on the Assembly, then focus on Newsom. But this year, since the beginning, we were like, the focus is Newsom. We're pressuring him since the beginning. And we're meeting with a lot of people. We're trying to, gather intel, figure out what it could be. And the best that we could do was really figure out that it's a personal thing. Like the people in his administration, there's no reasoning. We're meeting with them. Like nobody can really give a reason. And of course, he has national ambitions. So he will run for president, I'm sure. And so the way that we started kind of like looking into what could be like the opposition messaging and things like that. And the right, of course, we found articles where they're saying like, oh, Gavin Newsom might give the state like full access to your home, things like that. So, and of course, you know who he is. He's an employer of, I'm sure, many nannies and house cleaners, and I'm sure all his friends and donors are. So it just became a personal thing, and we were like trying to pin the tail on the donkey, like what can we amend, what can we do so that he'll support this, but really didn't get any guidance. But this was the year that they were the most responsive to us, and in meeting with us, they did ask us to pull the bill before he would have to veto it to like save him face, basically, because of course he's a immigrant rights champion and all that kind of stuff. So about a month ago, he vetoed our bill again. And I think in his message, again, privacy, and he's saying things that are just like absolutely not true. Like if you have a hazard and there's a report against you, you have to pay like a $15,000 fee and fines, things that are just not real. And it really works to his advantage, of course, that the general public doesn't know what occupational health and safety is, how these things get enforced, like the series of steps, right? The fact that OSHA doesn't even work, right? Like for any industry, people who do have rights, like they don't investigate. I think they investigate 1% of the claims that they receive. So both that, and then also works to his advantage that like domestic work, things like that, you know, there's just not much knowledge or understanding around that. So we will continue, right? Continue forth, and I think this issue, it does touch on a lot of different movements, right? Like it came out of an environmental disaster. It's women's, immigrant, worker, anti-racist, all the things, and we will continue advocating for, you know, this exclusion to end. And until then, domestic workers are the only workers, again, both nationally and in the state level, who do not have health and safety protections in the workplace. And that's all. Thank you all.
I think these are on now. Yeah. So thank you, everyone. Thank you to the panelists. And we have a roving microphone, so we're going to take some questions. And while you're thinking of your questions, I'm going to think out loud with you. So I think across these presentations, as with earlier presentations, we're thinking across a bunch of different temporalities. So in the chronic possibilities that Mads talked about, there's this bringing together of the past, of trying to find the etiologies, of assembling the evidence, of trying to understand a potentially unknowable past. Then there's also this ongoing care work that's always sort of in relationship to best understandings of the past and the ongoing present. And that's sort of how I was understanding some of the chronic possibilities there. And then both of these feed into like this forward-looking, change-making work, this activism, this organizing, this getting people together, this agitating, in Liza's terms, in getting people to panic, or persistently knocking on a door of someone who has presidential ambitions and is too insecure to take a step forward. And across all of these, I heard a bunch of different ideas about how we take those steps forward more courageously. And I'm also scanning for hands, so at any point I'm ready to point to you. But I wanted to just make a little space at the beginning of the conversation together to sort of think about and bring to the center how you're thinking about articulating this change in the world. Because I think we have sort of a big tent across these presentations, from maybe more event-based, emotional-based. You know, maybe Liza, if you want to expand on if I'm maybe incorrectly picking that moment of inspiring panic as being part of your theory of change. But then we also have these persistent organizing, these legislative advances that are also fundamentally tied to political and cultural will and grassroots organizing and awareness-making campaigns that have been sort of the bedrock of feminist organizing for a long time. So maybe I'll start with Liza, if you want to jump in and thinking about how you are articulating all of these different temporalities, this past investigations, the ongoing care work, and then how you're pulling those into how you see change happening.
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes back to how do we get people to reimagine risk? And to be quite frank, I sometimes feel guilty because people can understand my chemical sensitivities because I'm a cancer survivor. That's heroic, right? I'm a cancer survivor. But being someone with chemical sensitivities, I'm just annoying, right? But because in my own life history, I combine them, it does allow me to insert questions about risk because everyone is touched by, every family virtually now is touched by cancer in some way, right? 1 in 2 people, and actually the numbers in this case are, cancer is actually higher in men than in women, even though we hear so much about breast cancer in particular. So I guess it's the question of, I mean, panic is my more quotidian way of talking about risk. Is, we've got a lot of jargony things in the literature about risk and hazard studies. But as an activist, I don't do that. I try to speak in language that people can understand and that can mobilize around. And obviously questions of risk and the COVID pandemic, where we've got these layered questions of risk, have really thrown the field wide open because of the universality of the risk, but yet the massive denialism that we're seeing in the great unmasking about what COVID can mean for long-term chronic illness. So I don't know, I didn't fully understand your question, so I'm just ripping off the question of risk. That was great.
But we have one more question from the audience. Does anyone else want to weigh in about them thinking through their investments and modes and strategies of getting change to happen? So I think what Liza just weighed in on is like the panic that the word panic that I had honed in on is a way of her to talk about a conceptual intervention into rethinking risk. So alongside conceptual interventions, if you wanted to, I know, Vanessa, you spoke at length about the legislative, but I didn't know if Mads or Vanessa, you wanted to weigh in on that before we move to the audience.
Yeah, I think in what you said, it stood out to me, Nicholas, about you using the word care work, right? So for us, in our movement, we do talk a lot about how it is often shocking because these are people who are caring for the things people value the most, you'd think, right? Like their family and their home, that there would be so much injustice. But often that kind of closeness or intimacy of this particular relationship gets co-opted too, of like, how could you sue me for not paying you the money, paying you your wages, like you were family, you raised my daughter, things like that. But I think that for the change making, I see an opportunity definitely in the interconnectedness in our work in particular because of again, that kind of proximity, in that if something, I heard this come up also in her presentation, right? But if there is something that is a hazard to a worker in a home, then of course it's a hazard also to the people who live in the home. So if it's using the toxic cleaning example again, that's a hazard to the person cleaning, but also to the kids touching the surface and, everyone else. So I think continuing to, speak to the interconnectedness of everyone's health, and both the health of us as individuals too, and also the planet.
Yeah. Hello. Is this? Okay. Okay. Yeah. I think that question. I've been sitting with it, and I think for me, oral history at least feels like a part of how, for myself, and I think in understanding my own family's relationship and how they might change and shift to think about sickness in our family, and also in relationship to the war, because I think in broader Vietnamese refugee communities, right, in recognizing Agent Orange or sickness and disability as a result of immigration or refugeehood, forced migration, and et cetera, right, I think is also means to recognize that the US is culpable of that harm. And I think for a lot of specifically anti-communist Vietnamese refugees, particularly if they are from the South, right, what does that mean in recognizing that the US not only targeted the northern Vietnamese area of the country, but that it was sprayed and also contained in various areas throughout Vietnam. And so I think in speaking with my family about how they understand illness, my hope is that even if they're not naming Agent Orange or the war, that there's still other ways that we can still think about care more broadly, to tend to each other, and knowing that this is something that's constantly emerging across our generations, like amongst my generation of children, and also even just like friends of friends, right? So I think it's like thinking about the political entanglements of recognizing disability, I think, right? And how people, that often emerges in oral histories, even like unprompted, right? So.
Thank you.
Thank you all for these amazing papers. And the papers in combination with the question sort of incited me to ask, I mean, one of the things that we are still grappling with in terms of past, present, future is narrating the pandemic, right? The thing that happened but is still happening, that changed. Many of us express frustration, right? There were things that seemed to be afoot about care, about concerns about environmental illness, and what's happening as they go away. And you all remind me that the U.S. imperial project, forgive me if I sound like real French for a second, but the state needs to exclude precisely these risks and the possibility of the disabled body. So this is certainly a view of disability as ruin. But in order to project into a future, a kind of, Newsom becomes the embodiment of this virile masculinity that has to go on into the future. And the discussion of why he would veto, in addition to the fact that we're in California and I just want to go knock on his door right now, it also harkens back to a conversation we had recently in the MRPI, a little detail that most of us didn't notice, which is that he also recently undid 50 years of activism around involuntary commitment. And my guess, I'm not a prognosticator of political life, but my guess is that he's going to build his bid for president in part on saying he cleaned up San Francisco by rampantly using the now very low bar for involuntary commitment to say, wow, this is just a guess, but I think this is a pretty good guess. And so it's precisely, literally on the backs of, particularly disabled people of color in the state of California, that this next vision of American-style masculine imperialism will get built. So. The stories that really hit with me are the sick EPA workers, right? And I'm wondering if we can linger with some of those. Similarly, in long COVID, a lot of the reason we have attention to that is because frontline workers, particularly physicians, were disproportionately affected, and they speak from within and without. So I'm wondering if we can, Liza, if you could talk more about what it means when we hear from, for instance, has anyone talked to domestic workers that have worked with the Newsom family? I'm trying to think of all of the sort of subversion from within seems especially important. Sorry, that went on and on.
Yeah, just jumping on the EPA workers. I mean, so much flowed from that moment. I've been doing actually oral histories with the octogenarians who were involved in that, because the EPA at the time didn't even have a concept of indoor air quality, right? They called it initially a problem of tight building syndrome. That was what MCS was. They didn't know what to come up with, what the description was. And in the case of the EPA, it was in the 70s, right? The need for energy savings. And so they'd sealed up this building and there was not proper ventilation. So we're again in that moment of a problem of tight buildings in which we have these trade-offs between environmental health and climate. I mean, I have this quandary every time I go to campus. Do I open my windows so that I can breathe and let all the hot air out of the building? Or, right, do I conserve energy and be a good climate citizen? So I think that's one of the reasons why I'm trying to talk about the Anthropocene and to draw analogies that, climate isn't our only major environmental planetary problem that is going to have repercussions for generations to come, right? And to reframe a lot of the struggles we have around NCS as a petroleum problem. Because in my own activism, people are like, but it's green carpet, it's LEED certified. And I was like, that doesn't mean it's safe. Because in particular, in the response to the EPA crisis, the carpet industry came back and said, oh, let us create a green label and regulate ourselves. And it was the first time industry had ever done that. And it kind of moved us into this voluntary neoliberalism. With a kind of a sickly green appearance, green, but it's sickly green. So I think that and there's something maybe there are real trade-offs in the environmental community about how we address problems. And I think, unfortunately, in the pandemic, we had some of those hard questions of the ways in which different, our disabilities bounced off one another, right? People who don't want to wear a mask for a particular reason, versus the people who do. And so somehow we have to think about how to talk about these issues at a deeper root level. And for me, Sandra Steingraber's work does that by saying, right, the climate problem and the pollution problem have the same roots, right, of fossil fuels.
So we only have a few minutes left. I think it would be great to get some more questions in, unless there's a burning response to that one. Yeah.
I wanted to, this is not really a question, this is sort of a reminding everyone what your theory of change is, because I know exactly that the California domestic workers, right, the great work you do is partly through a theory of change that's all about collectivism, right? And all about, yes, the idea was to try to get legislation done, but when I see the persistence from 2020 on forward and then the interviews of these women, how much is done through the collective work of, I don't even know what to say, but bonding everyone in their stories. And so I was wondering if you wanted to take the opportunity to speak about that a little bit, like, that is the major work that is also done. I know I asked you specifically to speak about SB 1257 because it's confounding to me if the legislators are fine with it, why it keeps getting vetoed. And then the other thing I wanted to maybe draw out from you, Mats, is the way in which sometimes we think of change as speaking the story, but I think there's a lot of care work too that you are doing in allowing people to maybe say not want to connect to Agent Orange in particular, right? If Agent Orange means no reproductive possibility, or reproductive possibility that means births that are or that have been affiliated with deformities, right? Mm-hmm. That saying, yes, I am ill, or yes, I am exposed, but wanting to avoid Agent Orange in particular is kind of a work of care. It's letting people have whatever suppressive mechanism that they want to have at that time. And that can also be, I mean, I know it's not the change now, I know that's not what you meant, Nick, but like if you could talk about duration, right? Duration as part of the theory of change. It's not happening instantly, but it's happening. And Liza, of course, like, my God, you've been working on this forever. And I said to Liza in an email, like, the work that you do, sharing all of these protocols and also sharing your activism, your the survey that you've translated for various campuses. CSW doesn't have carpet because of what we learned from you. So the not event-based ways, but smaller back channel kind of slogging year after year ways that you are all working, and I know you're all working.
Yeah, sure, I can start. Yeah, Rachel, that's a really helpful question, because I think that was a part of, in thinking about through this paper, was another idea that emerged when I was reading Thuy Linh Nguyen Thu's book, Experiments in Skin, where, as Rachel was mentioning, there's a lot of Vietnamese women that are in the site of that book where they are recognizing they have these various skin conditions, chloracne, and other various things that have been linked to Agent Orange, but there's this kind of very intentional moment that, like, they actually rather not have these diagnoses. And I think a part of that is recognizing, like, if we're able to understand the extant conditions and and the ongoing histories, then we can then have the autonomy to make this choice, right? And whether or not we would like to disclose and or actually receive a diagnosis, right? And so in thinking about that, I was really thinking about what it means to be able to, like, escape diagnosis, right? In order to then have and build your own autonomy, right? And I think I'm tentatively thinking through something called, like, dysdiagnosis, right? To refuse and to, because oftentimes, diagnosis is sometimes in the favor of, well, can maybe help clarity for other folks and for caretaking, but it might not be to the needs that you're actually looking for or seeking, right? And so I think that's where alternative models of care might emerge, right? I don't know, hopefully that, yeah.
I hope I understood it correctly. But in terms of storytelling, I think that a lot of our work is, workers telling their individual experience, or in this case, ways that they have been impacted by not having this set of rights. And so for the individual, I think that that is an empowering experience, right? Like meeting with a legislator or going to a hearing or something like that, and sharing that story or sharing it with other workers. And it's also then an opportunity that encourages other workers to, articulate that they had that kind of injustice happen to them as well, or they should also share their story. And a lot of the time when you share these stories, it does appeal to the hearts of people. I think that a lot of the legislators that we meet with, when they hear these stories, are just like shocked that these things are happening, and then they're supportive. But then on the other end, like this year, in our 4th year of telling the stories, and there's also the point where when we're thinking of our strategies, there was a point this year where we're like, people are, keep suggesting, like, let's keep telling the story, or like do a video or whatever, like put this in Newsom's face. But then it's like, this year we were to a point where we were like, well, he knows, he just doesn't care. So like, what is the different message? Like, what would he care about? So trying different, we experimented with, like, is what's going to convince him to say, California could be the first state in the nation that gives, takes this historic step or something like that, like frame it as an opportunity? Or does it have to be like the face of it being employers asking him for it? Or is it finding this like really delicate balance too, right? He does have a very sensitive ego, so like also we don't want to be, if we went and we said, oh, he upholds racist exclusions, even though he promotes himself as, something else, then that might burn the bridge, and, he's still going to be there for many years. So, yeah.
So we are 1 minute over. I do want to just ask one 10-second final question for Vanessa. How might those here in the audience listening in, or those online watching, how might they link up with your organization and keep trying to figure out Newsom's wily psychology in order to make some substantive change?
Yeah, so it's unclear to us right now if we're this next year again gonna like go back again, 5th year in a row. We do meet with his administration regularly. We are trying to figure out what it could look like. So I'm not sure that next year there would be like a piece of legislation that you could all support, but our campaign would be ongoing. If we're not doing legislation, we're continuing with, for now, training workers and employers about the voluntary guidelines, so ways that people can already start making the changes in their home. So especially if you are an employer, I think a lot of people don't think of themselves as that, like people who employ just like a house cleaner once every 2 weeks, or a nanny, your parent, you employ home care, anything like that, especially on the employer side, because he does use that so much, would be helpful. We have many employers that we organize with, so that helps us a lot, having employers who are advocating for this. And then even if you're not, I'm not sure what would be the best thing. Website, Instagram, everything is CA Domestic Workers. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. That's it. Thank you, everyone. Nice work. That was great. So you have a little break?
Okay, everyone, we have I don't know if this is on. If I could talk to some of the MRPI leads, if you wouldn't mind coming up, that would be great.
I have one thing I want
I am kind of reconvening us now for our, what we've called our art interlude. We are going to screen 2 short films, and the first one is called Multichemical Sensitivity and Environmental Illness, Awareness and Acknowledgement. It is a 2020 film directed by Maria LeBlanc, in which she shares the struggles of 4 friends suffering from environmental illness, including multichemical sensitivity, electromagnetic hypersensitivity, and mold illness, mold hypersensitivity. And the film really illustrates the pain of coming to terms with the disease and the loneliness and isolation it brings. And then the second film we're going to show is by Illy Levine, who is an undergraduate here. It is a short film called The Stories of Maya and Aurora, made last year, 2022, an abstract telling of 2 women impacted by MCS, focused on their intersecting identities. After that, we're going to have a break in which Rachel will tell us what our plans are for the final hour and a half of our time together today. So please enjoy the films.
What if you were to wake up one day and find that the very chemicals you rely on and the electronics you depend on were making you terribly sick? I would never have thought this could happen, not just to me, but to anyone. I'm allergic to all chemicals and electronics, including unseen microwaves. Inside my body is an uncomfortable, isolating, and sometimes a scary place to be, and there is no escape. I am determined to overcome this illness. Roxanne, Edmonton, Alberta. People who suffer from an environmental illness, such as multiple chemical sensitivity or electromagnetic hypersensitivity, begin to have adverse reactions to everyday things that never bothered them before, things that most people would never think about.
I started to have severe migraines. I couldn't track down the source. I was told by an optometrist that it was my eyes that were causing the problem. It was almost a year before we figured out that it was being caused by the cleaning products being used in our office. Somewhere in that year, I started to react very badly.
Even minute amounts of everyday things like perfume, paint, building products, cleaning supplies, and radiation from wireless and electrical devices can result in adverse reactions ranging from simply irritating to debilitating or even sometimes lethal.
I was a graduate student at Georgia Tech in the late 90s, and it was spring of 1998, and they found some termites in my office, and they sent a company in to spray. I got really, really sick, very dizzy, kind of flu-like symptoms. Just felt, and I couldn't work, I couldn't concentrate. The doctor basically just said, well, you'll probably be okay, call the Poison Control Center if you have more questions. But, if you go to your doctor and they don't know anything about your illness, it puts you in the position of having to do your own research. If doctors were aware of it, if people were aware of it, then, it wouldn't be hard to diagnose because the symptoms are pretty obvious.
People who suffer from these toxically induced conditions consistently have a difficult time getting help from the medical community. Doctors are often mystified and frustrated trying to diagnose and treat these patients. They are left to lead a life of isolation without the care they require for a better quality of life.
I've had MCS since I was 17, so that would be 41 years. I think it was 1996 when I began to react to electrical things, television, space heaters, computers.
Cooking.
Yeah, cooking.
And you can't use gas, and you can't use electricity, so that really puts you in a bind. If you have air quality problems, you can't really use a wood stove or something like that, so you almost have to have somebody else do cooking for you.
My spine is collapsing from osteoporosis, so it's hard to wash clothes, it's hard to make food. I can get services here where I am. I qualify here because the program is different than where I was before, but I don't have anywhere fit to live and I can't keep warm. So people say, well, which is worse? And I think, which is worse? Is it worse to live in housing that makes you sick and freeze to death, and you can get enough care that people can stay with you at night and stay with you in the day and help you with your needs? Or, is it better to be somewhere where you can have heat and you can keep warm and you're in a much milder climate and you have a better house, but there's absolutely no way to qualify within the state government system to get any kind of funding so you can have help?
These people are needlessly suffering. As they try to navigate the medical and disability system, many lose their employment, support systems, the ability to function and contribute to society. They are left to make hard decisions as they approach their older years.
There are a lot of requests by people with this disease for advice about how to find a sympathetic doctor, because they want to be able to get medicine in advance if they can't stand one more winter, or if they can't stand one more blow to their health and stamina, they want a way out. That doesn't exist.
Yeah, I mean, because of my level of chemical sensitivity, I could never live in like a nursing home or assisted care facility. The suffering that would cause me would, in my opinion, be worse than death. So if it got to that point, and I don't have the resources, I don't have the money to hire in-home care, so the reality is, I expect that at some point I may have to, end my own life, because I just don't know what the alternative is.
Most of all, I would like to feel I have value. Vicky, New York City, USA.
I'd love to do the stuff I used to do. I'd love to be the person I used to be. I know it's hard to be around me when you knew me before, and now I'm sick and I can't do the stuff I used to do. But it's still me. I'm still here.
Patients with environmental illness and multiple chemical sensitivities are slipping through the cracks of the healthcare system. The World Health Organization could save many lives from this tragedy by assisting with acknowledgement and education to aid in early diagnosis and treatment of this medical condition. Acknowledgement that comes with a proper International Classification of Diseases code would open the doors for medical institutions to recognize, gain resources for, and treat the disease at earlier stages, minimizing the chance of it becoming severe. The credibility of having an International Classification of Diseases code would encourage medical personnel, employers, and friends and family of sufferers to view the disease more seriously, maintaining a stable support system for those living with these conditions.
I'm not a professional, and I can't help people except to say, yeah, I know, you really are going through this. It really is an illness, and it turns into a disability, and we got to get our feet on the ground and figure out how you're going to live your life now that this affects you. And I wish we did have professional helpers, rehab specialists and doctors and so forth, but we really don't. In a sense, it's kind of an underground population or underground disability.
Ultimately, none of us are getting out of this alive, and I would just like whatever time I have to be just as decent and dignified and healthy as can be.
ואהבת. Say these words when you lie down and when you rise up.
I was sort of like set up as the scapegoat, so nobody wanted to be, it was like nobody wanted to be near me, and they still
don't. I kept
don't.
encountering the same desperate refusal of most people to examine the places in their lives where they were privileged. The easier place by far was the place of rage. The high moral ground of the righteously angry victim is in some ways a comforting place.
You know, I was still experiencing a lot of why can't you get it together, what's wrong with you, from other people. Including
there
people
is a
in my
place
family.
for righteous rage at torturers and a place to demand accountability and hard work.
Now, I was also operating on top of multiple brain injuries. I fell apart on the job again. I was given a task that had 3 components, and I
One
couldn't
of the
remember
things
more than
that
2 at a time.
tanked my disability claim was that one of the doctors said, "Oh yeah, she can work. She only has that reactive airway disease." He didn't listen to a thing about all the other symptoms I was having. Because they didn't compute. They didn't fit into any of their
skull. They
paradigms.
actually said there was nothing wrong with you. Okay, so I just want to say you're hearing chewing noises because I'm diabetic, and I'm not going to stop. We can stop. No, I'm not. I'm going to keep talking, and I'm going to talk with you also. You don't need to segregate the act of eating. No, we do not. I'm not going to eat too.
Jewish rage would be unacceptable to a Christian audience unless he censored himself.
Privatization of suffering.
Jewishness
It's not
gives
my
historical and cultural weight to the discourses of difference.
They wanted
guilt,
my life story,
and
but my
choice.
body falling apart didn't concern
I couldn't promise to be somewhere. I couldn't work because there was no work place that was safe from.
And there was also a hierarchy of
exposed.
disability where, you know, the people who were born disabled.
And
versus the
finally,
people
I
who
just
became
I
disabled.
collapsed. I developed like some kind of pneumonitis. And so I was so sick, I couldn't work. I had to take a break.
Light.
And for whatever, and
Which
I
is
didn't
kind of my
realize why I
experience
couldn't
in more
get
ways
better.
than one. I was identified as bisexual at a time when the people I wanted to hang out with politically were all lesbians. And all my organizing work was with women, but I was suspect.
The
I was
Yiddish
considered
survivor
lesbian-like.
is filled with rage and the desire to live, to take
Both our parents
revenge,
kind of
to
disappeared,
write.
but my mother's disappearance really kind of broke up the
Kind of knew on some
structures of
level that
care.
she loved me.
Of course, it's part of the conspiracy to sell people consumer goods to make capitalism and all other forms of oppression less
I
painful.
live under a cursed star.
My body can't comply. And they're trying to do business as usual. And this is the thing about climate and the ecological collapse that's happening is people keep trying to do business as usual and not think about it too much.
Tattoo them on your shoulders. Teach them to your children, your neighbors, your enemies. Recite them in your sleep here in the cool shadow of empire.
Those were 2 different films, one by Marie LeBlanc, who is someone who we interviewed in her oral histories in the archive and is not anonymized, so you can go find that yourself. And the other is by an undergraduate student, Ilyana Levine, who will be on the panel tomorrow morning for the Q&A. So if you have more questions about her short film, it was actually much of the source text is from 2 oral histories in the archive. So I don't know if you could tell that there were 2 different voices. I did ask whether she wanted to differentiate them more, and she was like, no, I think I like the fact that there's a kind of blurring. So, you know, please ask her more questions about that. It's a really interesting film. So what we're going to be doing next is we are going to be taking a short break. But before we take a short break, I want to let you know what's going to be happening. So yes, go ahead and project the this slide. So I do have an announcement, which is that unfortunately Jen Brea is ill and cannot come today. So I'm so sorry that she will not be here, and she sends her apologies. But we do have something instead in its place. One of the things that we will be doing is trying to involve our live stream audience as well as the greater audience here. With regard to this short URL, if you can see it, says HTTPS. What is that? The double dots are called a colon. Thank you. A time when they felt seen by a medical professional or any other caretaker. Okay, so that's kind of the prompt for you to write in, and you can write in anywhere on this document. It could be right after the question, or it could be after these links that we have. Also, one of our co-leads and co-organizer for today is Megan Moody, and she's written like 3 different engagements with Jennifer Brea's work. What we'll be doing after another short break is Megan and I will be sitting down to talk a little bit about how Jennifer Brea's work has proven to be very instrumental to both of our thinking. And then we're going to invite all of the other co-leads of the MRPI to come up and discuss reflections on today, as well as engage this material that we hope people will be writing in, including ourselves, including the people in the audience. So we've been talking a lot about times when we haven't, or people have been highlighting times when they were gaslighted, et cetera, but how about the times when you have felt seen? So we're hoping to capture some of that as well. Okay, so what we're gonna do now, again, is take a short break, 10 minutes, and then we'll set up here for a brief discussion, and then we'll invite more discussion from the audience and the live stream. Okay, thank you everyone, a 10-minute break. Hello, everyone, again. So what we're going to do right now is Megan and I are going to have a little conversation about, well, mostly we're going to use the occasion of talking about Jennifer Brea and like her inspiration for us as a segue into hopefully getting to all of this wonderful material that people have been writing in. So if you haven't written in yet, you still have some time while Megan and I discuss. But so I was set to give a little introduction to Jennifer. So I will just go ahead and say, for those of you who don't know Jennifer Brea, she has this amazing film called Unrest. I think it came out in 2017, first on PBS. Then it went to Netflix. I mean, it won a Sundance Award. It was nominated or shortlisted for an Oscar. It won an Emmy. You know, it's fairly well known. I saw it on Netflix years ago. But it is also available on YouTube now. So you can, if you'd like, you know, screen it. And it tells the journey of how she has MECFS. And it's an incredible film, partly because she filmed it, I think, mostly from bed. I don't know how she did that. And the interesting thing is that subsequently, she had, I think, a thyroid surgery at UCLA and suffered some further consequences, further deterioration of health. And then some neurologist also saw the film and saw a little junction between her neck and her skull and her spine. And another person who also knew her story had a theory, a structural theory of MECFS. And she was able to make a long story short, get surgery that eventually helped her put her MECFS in remission. So one of the reasons why I invited her here was I wanted to ask her about staying in relation when one is in remission, right? So disability is something, or chronic illness is something you always have, but you can be in periods of, you know, more functionality and less functionality. And what does it mean to be in an illness community and to be in those varying stages? But the other thing I wanted to say, and I know Megan will have more to say about this, is that Jennifer Brea is an incredible storyteller. Obviously, you would know that because she has this Emmy-nominated film, but I guess I would also recommend her Medium blog to you. I believe it's now also on her website, but Medium is you know, a website that can have various links. And what I love about the way she tells stories there, so she's obviously she has a lot of dexterity with various formats. It's a kind of garden of forking paths, which is what a website can give you. And if you have a complex illness and you have 7 different diagnoses and you've tried, a dozen different remedies and they've had different efficacies, it's an amazing way to show the complexity of an illness experience and of various things that you can do that are both about reducing environmental exposure and also taking antivirals. Like, it's not one or the other. And that's what that tells you. You know, you can have an infectious disease cause, you can have a genetic cause, you can have an environmental cause. All of these things can be true, and everything you can do can help the other thing get a little bit better, if that makes sense. And then you can also have a structural problem, which then is also addressed. So it's a complex story, but it's so real, because that's what having a complex chronic condition is like. So I highly recommend it to you. And what is really striking about her story, too, and this is the segue here, is how Brea was able to get such great care. And she acknowledges this. She also acknowledges, like, it's hard when you have survivor's guilt, when you go into remission, because not everyone gets the care that she was able to get, and what that's like. I have always been amazed by Dr. Megan Moody's ability also to find various ways of connecting to communities who have, it's, you know, often it's like it's an online group where everyone is sick, and I know you've said, and then people get better and they leave the group, but you remain. And what that's like, and then what it's like also to just force your doctors to not give up on you, which I've not been able to do. So I was wondering if you could talk about that, and talk also about what Jen's work has meant to you.
Yeah, oh my gosh, well, thank you. And I'm sorry that we won't get a chance to hear from Jen. And We shared at the top of the Google Doc. In some ways, my own story for the last several years has been in response to Jennifer's work as an artist, as a documentary filmmaker, and as a disability activist, a chronic illness activist. So the first time that I wrote about the film Unrest was the actual low point of my own experience of chronic illness. In 2018, I was diagnosed, if you know complex regional pain syndrome, if you know, you know. That's one of the most upsetting diagnoses you can end up with, and was using a wheelchair most of the time and was looking at medical retirement from my academic career. And it just so happened that a colleague was at the time the editor of Film Quarterly, B. Ruby Rich, and she stopped by my house for lunch one day just to see how I was doing, because I hadn't been around. And I wasn't doing well, and I talked to her about Jen's film, and so she said, hey, do you want to write a feature on it? And so I couldn't do any work at that time. I wasn't working at all, and I was pretty sure that I wasn't going to work again. And I said, okay, that's the one thing I'm going to do. I'm going to write about this film because for the first time in 6 years, I feel seen. And that is what the basis of that first piece, which is called The Limits of Documentary Visibility, is really about documentary film absolutely gives us a view into the life of someone, but for those of us, let's say, who have chronic illness and watch Unrest, it's a moment to see ourselves. That's really, really important. But the follow-up to this is weird. So the story is going to get really weird because we have this amazing resource when we work at universities where we can do things like bring artists to come and give talks. And so I invited Jennifer to come to UC Santa Cruz to screen her film Unrest and do like a Q&A session the way we're doing now after the film. And we were going to do it in town. And the pandemic was starting to pick up, and Jen had a health emergency, and it didn't end up happening. But we had some Zoom meetings to prepare for it. And this is what, like, also if you're a sick person, you know this happens. You start talking, and you're talking about the thing, but the next thing you know, you're just comparing symptoms. And it was Jen who was actually like, wait, hang on a second, can we talk about your face? True. Because I have pretty marked neurological, hemispheric neurological ptosis and things with my face on the left side. And she said, you know, before I had my surgery, I looked just like that. I'd really like for you to do two things. I want you to talk to my surgeon, and I want you to join this Facebook group. I did both of those things. Guess what? I also have slight damage to the CCI, but more importantly, I got involved in the community that Jennifer built post-Unrest that is both about ME/CFS, but also related to this multi-hits view of ME/CFS, where it isn't just a one-on-one viral relationship, but you might have a genetic predisposition and a bad virus and structural damage because you're like me and you have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which was actually most of my issues up to then had just been that my joints were falling apart like a broken marionette all the time. And through this incredible social learning set of modules that they created, I met other people who also looked like me, and I made a friend. My friend's name is Beth Berry, and my friend was like, you look just like me, up to and including all the twitching and all the... I really wish that I could send you some illegal levodopa through the mail. And I was like, don't do that, I'll just get some. So the community, so just talking to this one friend, and indeed she pushed me to try for it, and this April will be my 3rd dope-iversary. My doctors can't explain it. I could tell you for hours why this worked, but nobody knows why this worked. And the reason I hesitate to tell the story for the same reasons Jen hesitates to tell her remission story, which is I fought for 10 years as a disability and chronic illness activist saying there is no silver bullet, there is no magic potion that's going to make me better. It's going to be multimodal. It has to be forms of social and medical care. And I still believe that, because I don't think it's just this one pill, but I do want to tell you that there was a pill that meant that I could live better. And so this is why when I talk about like abolishing medicine as we know it, I don't mean demonizing doctors. I mean, who are the doctors we can bring with us? The caregivers, because there are so many in medicine, and they're getting the shit kicked out of them too, I just want to say. So I just wanted to say really quick, there are 3 things I learned from Jen. The first is this alternative medical practice of deep listening, how we listen to each other. So when I'm not listening to people, and people call me up all the time, like, hey, can I tell you about all the weird shit that's happening in my body? And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm here for it. Let's talk about it. And there are certain key things I'm listening for, but you have to let people go through it like an onion, because there's layers and layers and layers and layers before you might get to something. And Jen's community, Jen is a part of a community of people where this practice is being developed. And part of the insistence that I think the film makes, and I think a lot of disability activists around chronic illness are making now, is that there has to be space for us, but also many of us could live better than we are. So medicine isn't the enemy. We could be better than this. And we really want to friggin' demand that. So the second thing that I learned from Jen is that some of us can talk to doctors, for whatever reason that might be. My dad was the head of pediatrics at the Cleveland Clinic when I was growing up. I grew up around doctors. I don't think they're gods. I think most of them are like kind of jerky. No, I'm just kidding. But those guys were just humans to me, and not gods. And therefore, it maybe did give me a little bit of adolescent that was necessary in order to not take things at face value and to be able to talk back. But what we can do is speak to doctors and then turn around. One of the things I do as a patient activist now is I write scripts. I literally write scripts for people who want levodopa to treat their dystonia related to ME/CFS and Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, of what to say to their doctor for how to get it and what not to say. Because there is this, we've talked a lot about the expertise, but if you perform too much expertise, you sound like you've been reading Dr. Google, and that's bad. So we literally write scripts, and we help people perform them so that they can go to their doctors and ask for things. And Jennifer has not left the illness community because she is in remission, and I think that sticking around and doing that work is that's the key to the abolition work, which is never just about what we tear down, right? This is what I learned from Black feminists on my campus, my friends Savannah Shange and Nia Jones and Camber Thompson, people who are teaching me that this is a constant process of imagination and an emergence. So it's not just, it's how are we bringing things along? And then the third thing that Jen taught me is that we can make art pretty much in any condition. We make art when we lie on the couch and we fold the pages of a magazine. We make art when we doodle, when we knit, when we brush our hair in a really beautiful way. We make art, and that's our humanity. It's how we connect with the world. And she used Errol Morris's Interatron. What's that thing called? Someone from film studies will know. Is that the Interatron? Yeah, so it's a technology that was developed to enable you to do interviews at a distance. Much of that film was actually also shot on an iPhone because it was never meant to be a film. It was meant to be here, doctor, please look at this weird stuff that's happening, because when I go into the office, I don't happen to be having an attack. But so some of the most kind of iconic scenes from that film, especially where she's crawling up the stairs or where she's lying on the floor, were actually filmed by Omar Wasso on an iPhone. But this is an important message too, I think, is yeah, we can make art wherever we are. That's it. I mean, I'm happy to have more conversation or talk more, but I'm really grateful for that film, because it's not just that without it I wouldn't be here today, although that's literally true. I would not be here in this room today. But I think everything useful I've learned from disability community in the last few years.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Megan. I would like to now invite all of the other MRPI co-leads to come up, if you want. Julian, you're looking like... And I'm going to get more chairs for us as we transition to sharing affirmative stories of being seen as well, that are being sourced from everyone. Hold on. Let me get up. Do we have enough? Someone else. Don't trip on that. Oh my gosh. I think we're good, yeah? All right. Yes. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jim Lee. I teach in the Department of Asian American Studies at UCI, and I'm one of the co-PIs for this MRPI. You know, I teach in Asian American Studies, as I mentioned. In all of my classes, I work with a group of students who've never given permission to ask of themselves what hurts. And so that's been really my mission in all of my classes, whether I'm teaching literature or nonfiction or Korean American studies. I give them an opportunity to kind of to share what hurts and to ask what form their unwellness looks like on any given day. And part of it is for them to tell that story, but then for others to hear it, and for others to acknowledge it, and others to recognize it, and to say, I see your unwellness, and you are no longer alone in your unwellness. So as we've been trying to think about throughout the day the ways that capitalism, neoliberalism, biomedicine doesn't want to see much of our unwellness, so too we've been talking all day about how we can, in the face of that, find ways to care for and to recognize each other differently, and to work with those doctors who are also willing to walk with us in those journeys. And so we thought, as a way to end the day, we would actually invite you all to share your stories in hopes that this can give us a different horizon of imagination, that we actually can build that different world. So thank you all for sharing your stories. If we can project the Google Doc onto the screen, that would be great. I do versions of this all the time, so what I like to do is I like to just read them aloud. So I'm going to invite the members of the MRPI to just kind of take different these stories. We'll just go down the doc and just read them aloud, and then we'll see what happens. I needed surgery for fibroids and was told the surgeon was the best, but a total asshole. I told my PCP I was upset about this, and she said, this was unacceptable, and we are going to find you a surgeon who is great and also kind.
Thank you.
So 67-year-old female. My gynecologist diagnosed me in 1999. She didn't have any doubt and said, "You have CFIDS with MCS." She wasn't afraid to say it, which looking back was amazing. My family practice doctor laughed at me, so my GYN sent me to a female FP who sent me to a specialist. I guess it was a new thing back then. For some reason, CFS was more acceptable than the MCS, which they said was a symptom of the CFS. I had to move, so I lost those doctors. It seems female doctors are more open to the diagnosis, but it is almost like it is okay to say you have CFS, not MCS. Maybe it's because people don't believe MCS and dismiss you. You get afraid to say anything. The doctor I have now, I have had for several years, and she's very supportive. The MCS is now more severe than the CFS, so I wonder which came first, chicken or egg? My doctor supports me, but I think it's hard for her because she can't help me. I am totally isolated except for visits to her, which are very hard to do. So I try to do video appointments, but it's not the same as being in person.
Patricia Mann, RN, MSN. I first became chemically sensitive and chronically fatigued in 1984, and most doctors thought it was all in my head. I was a grad student working on a doctorate in nursing at UC San Francisco and was able to get an appointment with Dr. Harrison, head of the Occupational and Environmental Health Department at UCSF, who believed I was chemically sensitive and one of the sickest patients he had ever seen. His letter helped me to get long-term disability. I also found my way to a good environmental doctor in Oakland who helped me a lot, and through double-blind testing showed me I was a universal reactor. Unfortunately, he was run out of practice by the California Medical Association. I also found a wonderful dentist who worked with MCS patients and removed all my amalgam fillings. Many years later, I spent 3 years at the Environmental Health Center of Dallas under the care of Dr. William J. Rea, who was himself chemically sensitive. I now have an environmental doctor who's also chemically sensitive where I live in New Mexico. She's wonderful. My caregiver's wife was chemically sensitive, and although she passed away 8 years ago, he still continues to help many of us who are MCS patients as he truly understands our illness. All of these amazing people have truly seen me. I'm eternally grateful to them. I have had MCS for nearly 40 years and have struggled with my health, including being bedridden and in a wheelchair on and off due to a related autoimmune illness, polymyositis. I am a registered nurse.
I am a retired registered nurse who became ill while working in a new hospital wing and was exposed to many chemicals and also pesticides. I was forced to stop clinical nursing and have been totally and permanently disabled all these years. It has been one of the most challenging things in my life to live with MCS and EMF sensitivities. Oh, that's nice. Thank you for the symposium. I'll read the next one too, I guess. I have been seeing the same doctor for over 20 years. We have grown older together. We aren't friends exactly, and she is a hard ass, but I know she sees me. I am anxious. I don't like going to the doctor. I have white coat syndrome. I always come in with high blood pressure, and she always calms me down while also trying to get me to care for myself and monitor my blood pressure, which I hate doing and usually stop doing. It stresses me out. She is patient with me about that too. I often cry in her exam room. She once wrote on my chart, which I was able to see when our records went online, patient was tearful, and it hurt my feelings. But the time that made me know she saw me was when I came in for my annual checkup and started crying when I told her that my aunt, who was the closest thing I had to a mother, had died. She immediately said, "Your mom died. I'm so sorry. Of course you're overwhelmed." She remembered, she got it, and she saw me.
Hold on. Oh, good, someone cut and pasted. Okay, I was getting concerned. In 2009, I suffered a recurrence of a chronic neck muscle spasm that left me in unrelenting pain for more than a week. I went to see several providers, including 2 visits to the ER, an appointment with a TCM practitioner. None helped. It felt to me throughout each of these visits, felt like they were following a question algorithm. In desperation, I saw an older white male physician at my local clinic after a cancellation. The entire visit, he looked me in the eye and didn't ask any follow-up questions. So I talked and talked and talked and then cried. He said, "You must be in so much pain. I'm sorry that you've suffered so." He then advised me on a pain medication regime, and that afternoon I began to feel better finally. He became my primary care physician for the next 10 years until he retired 3 years ago.
In my experience with therapy, I've always made a conscious effort to find a Black woman, genderqueer therapist. I've been lucky to have had 3 therapists whose identities were aligned with or mirrored my own, which was certainly made possible by the fact that I lived in New York City. Moving to Orange County, I understandably had my difficulties finding a therapist that met my traditional criteria. My current therapist, licensed marriage and family therapist Jennifer, is a white woman who I came across because several Black women raved about her. I was initially skeptical because nearly every experience with a white mediocre care provider had carried some tension. However, I was impressed because Jennifer was very upfront about the fact that her perspective is shaped by her experiences and the limitations that might carry in her ability to provide care. She said it as a disclaimer while simultaneously committing to working to educate herself about the various events that have shaped and continue to shape my life. She's the best therapist I've ever had, in part because I love and appreciate the methodology and practice of marriage and family therapy, but also because she consciously and continuously works to improve her care delivery, provide me with additional culturally specific resources. I guess what I like most about her is her commitment to learning and to continuing to better her practice. It's something I hope to embody as a future OBGYN.
That's great. I saw an endocrinologist over 30 years ago who did not protest when I told him I did not want to take a medication he had suggested. I also told him that I wanted to try psychotherapy to correct a hormone imbalance, and he was very tolerant. Miraculously, my hormone imbalance corrected itself without the medication. My doctor was very pleased for me and apparently did feel threatened.
That may be a typo.
Yeah, that might be a typo. I'm not sure.
Pretty much never by anyone having to do with Kaiser, other than a couple of pretty cool anger management group counselors. I'll read the next one. The first week of October, I sat with Dr. Mike in Manila, Philippines. He took care of my Lolo, Dad's dad, when he died, age 96, and my dad when he died 7 weeks ago, age 76. After joking with him that he was therefore obligated to take care of me too because I'm dying next, we talked for 20 minutes about how and why my dad died too early, how his refusal to get care and his significant other's negligence meant it was too late by the time he agreed to go to the hospital, how his last days were characterized by moments of hope, destroyed by a crushing convergence of cascading bodily failures, and how fucking sad it all was. Put another way, in order to answer this profound question, I realized I had flown several thousand miles to talk to Dr. Mike after my dad's memorial service. The United States is a cesspool of normalized suffering and targeted reproduction of preventable illness.
It was hard because I don't feel like I've ever really been seen. But then there was an acupuncturist who began asking me questions about chronic pain. Her questions resonated. She knew where the pain was happening and even the shape of the pain. I finally felt like someone believed that I was in pain.
When a doctor asked me for my skincare regimen, and after I said, "Oh, I just used unscented stuff," she paused and said, "No, tell me everything. Now is the time to be specific."
I had been dealing with cystic acne and body rashes, and no medical professional gave 2 fucks except for this doctor.
I felt seen unexpectedly. I was referred to a Chinese medicine practitioner in Pasadena by a friend of mine. I'm terrified of acupuncture, but after unsuccessful attempts of dealing with chronic fatigue and pain for several years, I was willing to do anything to get better. I walked into a tiny but clean and organized room. She had a mask on, and so did I, but I could see her shining eyes. We hit it off instantly. I don't even know how it happened. It was so seamless. We talked, she asked questions, listened to my responses, and then repeated what she heard in her own words, adding a little gem of insight that seemed simply amazing to me. We talked for 2 hours. I had fun. I actually had fun at the doctor's appointment. Why? Our conversation was generative, non-restrictive, and allowed me to clearly express how I feel in all its complexity without feeling blocked or self-censored in order to be understood. Being able to fully express myself and gain insight into where my feelings and state of mind is coming from made my experience like none other, ever. And by the way, thank you for asking this question and engaging the entire audience. This whole conference is absolutely fabulous. Thank you to the participants, presenters, and organizers. Oh, that's so nice.
The most unexpected time of feeling seen. When Mariam Kaba came to UCLA and did a private session on transformative justice, where she clarified how this works among survivors of sexual violence and perpetrators of the same. She clarified how the punitive aspects of our justice system make many women of color unable to tell about abuse because they want to protect their abusers, who can be friends and family. It was at that moment when I got it, when I could say for the first time outside of therapy, I am a survivor of sexual abuse. Was this being seen? It was being seen in a way that allowed for claiming something of which I was deeply ashamed so as to start healing. Thank you, Mariam Kaba.
I had a PCP who would listen to me, so I felt heard. Didn't rush me, and we met regularly, every 4 to 6 weeks, telehealth during the height of the COVID pandemic, to work through my symptoms. I could tell she didn't know the answers, but that didn't deter her from listening and trying to ease my feeling of being overwhelmed. She also believed me. I don't have good medical records or much to provide her, and that did not deter her from believing what I said, and it didn't bother her that I didn't have complete or really much of anything in regards to official medical records. So while this wasn't ideal and that I didn't get the answers, it was the best doctor experience I ever had. Unfortunately, we got separated because she changed practices and my health insurance changed. Awfulness of our system. A few months ago, I saw another doctor, a PCP, not a GYM, for a pap smear. My body literally won't accept the procedure to be completed. It's still not completely clear what happened. The doctor stopped and wouldn't go forward with the procedure and talked to me about other options for the test and procedure. I still haven't gone forward with the test/procedure. I'm going to go back and ask to discuss further to fully understand what is the next step. Whoops. And what her ideas for accommodations and what looks like a sensitivity of some sort. I have also decided to try this new doctor as my PCP, so hopefully this will be another positive doctor experience. I really, really, really hope this new PCP takes my sensitivities and what I tell her, my medical history, which is not officially documented, seriously, as she did when my body rejected the pap smear.
So this next one is actually signed by Ree, who I think is here. Is Ree here? Do you want to read it yourself? Because...
Hey y'all, I'm Ree, honored to be here. At UCSF, University of California, San Francisco, I go to the Black Wellness Clinic where Black patients see Black providers. I love that model because it made me feel way more comfortable in the doctor's office. I went there for my appointment and was nearly moved to tears because the art all over the office were of Black folks, Black homes, Black experiences. I felt seen and held and reflected. It was a safe space to settle into my body, to trust that harm would not come to me here, at least not on purpose. It was made clear to me that I, as a Black woman, was cared for. This space exists within the National Center for Excellence in Women's Health at UCSF, and that space is really sacred to me. They have the Black Wellness Clinic and a Black Wellness, I'm sorry, that's supposed to say center, the Black Wellness Clinic, a Black Wellness Center, and a Black Women's Health and Livelihood Initiative, and a Black Women's Patient and Family Advisory Council. There are so many ways that women, and especially marginalized women, are centered and celebrated through this space, from the aesthetics in the space to the warmth you feel in the rooms. Folks know they will be held there. It is palpable in the design of the space, the art, the curation, the mirroring. I'm so blessed that I get to experience it, and I recognize that it is a privilege because I work at UCSF. I gain this access, and so many women who I know and love do not. These spaces and services are made to be accessible to everyday folks, but the reality is that folks don't always know this exists, and when they do find out, the wait list for these services is disheartening and discouraging. How do we increase the capacity for these services? We need more money to hire more people to expand these offerings. And while these spaces are curated with women at the center, there is still work to be done to ensure that trans women and non-binary siblings get to feel as safe and as seen as I feel in this space, and more work to make these healing spaces more accessible and sustainable for all loved ones in our communities.
I felt seen when the doctor didn't label my symptoms based on my cultural background. She guided me to speak and fully express myself first, and tried to understand my struggles while finding solutions together through numerous meetings. It was the first time my experiences became evidence of my illness, rather than relying solely on the doctor's medical knowledge or judgments.
My best experiences of feeling seen and cared for have been through informal networks of other people with ME. In the early days of trying to figure out what was wrong with me, I did my fair amount of crowdsourcing, especially through extended social media networks. It was surprising to see who responded. Some people I knew from the art scenes, but didn't know I had experiences of illness. Random partners and exes of friends and co-workers from various parts of my life. What surprised me was how quickly we connected, and often how persistent others were in checking in on me. Not just offering assistance, but just reminding me that they were there and asking how I was. It was an ethic I've tried to pay forward in my own availability to support others, especially as more friends and acquaintances have experienced long COVID or other complex, unclear illnesses.
I have many doctors and specialists, yet I rarely feel seen. Some of my illnesses, like ankylosing spondylitis, are considered legitimate, while others, like ME/CFS, are not. After struggling with mysterious and debilitating symptoms for many years, I returned to graduate school in 2019, in part because I knew I could be more sedentary and have access to reliable medical care. I had severe and chronic pain in both of my ankles and had been in and out of physical therapy and walking boots for many years. I had developed a prominent limp, and the pain had spread up to my knees, hips, back, shoulders, neck. This pain became my life, gnawing at my body and subconscious every moment of every day. I repeatedly showed up at my new student health center begging for help with this debilitating pain. I initially felt dismissed by my now former primary care provider. She sent me back to physical therapy without anything more than a cursory x-ray. Eventually, many months later, she did refer me to a foot and ankle surgeon. I had a wide array of torn ligaments, bone spurs, old fractures, mysterious inflammatory joint lesions, and more. I had 3 major foot and ankle surgeries in 2 years, and that
After that, things were different. My primary care provider deeply listened to me and repeatedly demonstrated that she believed me, even when she didn't know the cause of my symptoms. In 2022, I developed postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome after a botched set of joint injections. My primary care provider was the first to notice that my symptoms might align with this highly stigmatized, poorly understood condition and advocated for me to be evaluated at a major academic center where I was eventually diagnosed. She's repeatedly advocated for me to gain access to specialists, school and workplace accommodations, disability benefits, and more. While I rarely feel seen in medical settings, my former primary care provider demonstrated to me that doctors can learn to listen, that doctors can be allies and advocates to patients with poorly understood or stigmatized illnesses, and that doctors can be willing to put aside what they know and what they don't in pursuit of the best for their patients. I did end up leaving my PhD program due to the severity of my chronic illnesses, but the disability justice community, including other complex chronic illness patients like me whose conditions are poorly understood by modern medicine, buoys me. I am grateful for all of you for putting on this panel today. I feel that despite the severity of my disability, I can be a meaningful ally, advocate, and perhaps someday an academic.
It's amazing.
Thank you all for giving of yourselves and giving to this act of solidarity. We can end it now, I feel like. But I also want to give space open to those of us in this room, and I'm sorry for those who are live streamed that they can't more actively participate. How we experienced this reading. I tell my students at the beginning of all of my classes, your feelings are your first data set. They might not be the only ones, but they are your first to pay attention. So I want to hold space open now for you to share what you're feeling, what came up for you as you heard and witnessed these accounts of solidarity and of witness.
Please.
The first go-to is not the chart. The first go-to is, the welcoming, the invitation for all of your humanity. And so you just see in these narratives, I saw in these narratives, a clinical person who was willing to just listen. And I think when we talk about deep listening, wasn't a person who was jumping ahead and planning their next answer. That's not what we saw. We saw someone who was just listening. And just how incredibly healing that is, because you're not even open to healing until that space has been created for you by a provider, no matter how good they are.
Okay, I'm going to jump in and say I was actually amazed at how many people had so many good experiences with providers. I know, isn't that terrible that I just said that? But I mean that last piece. I mean, partly I'm wondering if it's also such a gift that someone with chronic pain has given to a provider to teach them how to listen. I mean, I kind of see it both ways, but I'm just amazed by all these stories. I really am.
Can we just say thank you into the live stream for all of your thanks? Hi, everybody on the live stream. If you're not in the room, you're here with us. We're so glad. Thank you so much.
I think it just feels hard to do more than just let this sink in. I am just so moved. Like,
I feel almost tearful, and there's just a resonance here that I think is very powerful.
Just going off of what you said, I had discussed with someone outside, I was like, I feel like I'm just almost crying all day, listening to all these accounts, and the personal and the emotional, along with the data, along with that evidence, is so important, and that's always been something that's been so hard to digest for me. Like when I was in academia, was how sterile things could be, how sterile data could be, and it just makes it real. It just makes it so real. And it makes it so you can feel it in your own body and have compassion and feel like see somebody's humanity, see humanity in this data. And I'm just so appreciative. This has been like a really moving experience for me as well. And I've been texting friends on the break being like, oh my God, like non-academic friends, like this, you should be here. Like, I wish you were here, because it's been so digestible. And I just am like immensely, profoundly grateful for that.
Can I just also just thank Jim for this exercise, because I feel like I'm going to steal this exercise, I think, from my classroom. Yeah, just because like I teach a literature and disability studies class, and frequently I'm worried about like just asking students to disclose things about themselves. But yeah, I mean, I found this like a very generative exercise, and I think my worries might be unfounded.
I mean, I think people are desperate to be heard and be seen. And it's one of the reasons why when I've done different iterations of this, I kind of insist on reading it, because I think when we read silently, we think we're understanding and capturing it, and so we read very fast. We read silently much faster than when we read it aloud. There's something about that slowing down, of a embodying a different temporality that allows us to experience the story in a way that we don't when we are simply reading it by ourselves. And this is just my deep commitment and my invitation for all of us to just slow the fuck down with everything. I think what I'm seeing in these stories is doctors just said, fuck the temporal algorithm. I'm just going to sit and listen, however long it takes. And it's one of the reasons why I've been incorporating to my classes just slow reading. I don't teach 6 books a quarter anymore. I teach 2. And we just kind of inhabit these worlds and inhabit these stories and witness these stories and say, okay, change me. So.
Pato.
Sorry, I already spoke, but I just wanted to say thank y'all so much. Thank you for the permission and invitation to read my own words. And it's felt very healing to kind of hear about other folks' somatic embodied experiences. And something I've been saying and thinking about a lot is that care takes time. And I feel like capitalism doesn't give us the time that we need to do the sort of care that is necessary for our holistic well-being. And so I appreciate the invitation to slow down. I appreciate like the invitation into collective communal voice and collective communal healing that we so often don't get to experience at academic conferences. And to your point around just the humanistic element, it's like very affirming to be able to experience the textures of our humanity collectively. So I just wanted to say thank y'all. I feel very moved and grateful for this experience.
Thank you.
Yeri, I'm thinking about the share that you just did, but you're reading, and to me you modeled what like an HIV community organizing we often call peer-to-peer, and that sometimes the language of provider, patient, community, expert is a distinction that can't hold. And I feel like your story began to hint at that. And Jim, I really love and appreciate this pedagogy and when in the day it's coming, and somehow Rachel and Megan improving in the absence of our amazing keynote. I feel like we embody Jen's practice really beautifully together, and there's something about the expertise, and I'm using that word in quotes, but all of the accomplishment of all of you as these PIs modeling listening and doing that slow reading of embodying voice, right? That's really powerful to me, because each of you could hold forth at length, and what you're really doing is embodying the expertise, wisdom, and sharing that the prompt itself invited. So just giving thanks, to me it's a really beautiful way to come together at this moment in day one, and thank you for the pedagogy. It's really quite beautiful.
That was Pato Hebert, in case you didn't know who's in the back of the program, but you didn't introduce yourself, so I wanted to do that for you. I am wondering if on that we can conclude for today and invite everyone back tomorrow morning. If you are not planning to come tomorrow morning, we completely understand, but I should say, and if you are the type of person that doesn't respond to email, please fill out the survey. You know, sometime now, you know, scan it and fill it out if you're not planning to come back and you don't think you'll do so later. But for those of you who are going to be here tomorrow morning, we're really excited for the panel then, and so we'll see you then. Thanks.
Thank you, Rachel Lee, for everything.
No, I crept out. We're the Lee siblings. We're not related. This is my Taiwanese sister. Okay, sorry. It's late and I haven't got enough oxygen today. But I'm Cynthia Langley and I just had a very small request. So Pato and I and then Genoa will be leading some fun arts-based workshops after the official symposium. It's the dessert. That is actually very nourishing for y'all. So just a small thing, you will be invited to do some movement. So if you wear clothes that you feel comfortable doing that in, that would be awesome. As well as maybe something to write with. It could be your phone, but if you're old school and like pen and paper, do it. Anything else from my fellow facilitators?
Well, I loved your share, Genoa, and reminding us at the break of the diaphragm and where we can hold trauma but also release. So there'll be some of that. And no capital A artists necessary. Like, you can just bring whatever creativity or imagination you have, no pressure to have to be whatever we think an artist is. Those people over there, we can all be creative together is a great way to close our Saturday and the 2 days together. So.
Fear public motion. Except in a disco.
I forgot. I was supposed to let everyone know that you're being filmed. And that when you walked into this space, you
it's on the flyer though, Rachel.
Okay.
It's okay.
The
flyer made that very clear.
I'm just remembering that logistics. So if you really don't want to be filmed, come up to me now and we will make a note of it. I'm so sorry. I just remembered that now. Well, because also we're definitely filming tomorrow. So that's also important to know.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, and we will see you all tomorrow.